to the new era. That's what Triple H told us on Saturday night on the post show, that we were now in a new era. Nothing really about the preview suggests that we're in a new era. We do have that preview. So we're going to jump over to that and we'll take a look at that. And then we will get our teeth into whatever it is that you want to talk about. Obviously, the wrestling world still trying to get its head around what happened with John, the finish. That has obviously been the big topic of conversation for like the last 48 hours. Obviously, we did our breakdown video. We did an episode of Unseen. Kind of that's where things are, to be honest. There's a few more comments and a few more things that have kind of come out today. But I wouldn't say anything too ground-breaking, earth-shattering. But really, it's about dialing in now to Raw and where we're going. And where we're going is here with a pretty big preview. Normally, we get some, a little bit smaller than this, but there's quite a lot here. And actually, a match that they've not even added here. They've also announced. So we've got CM Punk. He's going to be on the show tonight. Gunther is going to be on the show tonight. And that's obviously interesting because he's going to be rubbing it in, right? He has already tweeted out a video package of all the reactions, or a lot of the reactions from people that were in attendance. In there was like Lillian Garcia and her reaction to the moment that John taps. The fans all looking shocked. He has not shied away from leaning into being the heel that he needs to be now. So he's been doing some work online. He's been putting out a video package showing everyone's facial expressions. So expect him to lay it on pretty thick tonight, right? Expect him to lay it on pretty thick. Then we got Usos against New Day. We got Rey Mysterio against Logan Paul. Stephanie is taking on Raquel Rodriguez. And as well as that, as I said, there is a match here that for some reason hasn't made the preview. Maxine Dupree takes on Ivy Nile. The Women's Intercontinental Championship is being defended. So we've got lots happening, lots coming up, lots to talk about. It's up to you as to where you want to go, what you want to tackle. I feel like we'll probably be talking about John a bit. Hopefully we can talk about where we're going as well. Maybe we can talk about the year in review as well, because we are getting closer now towards the end of the year. The thing about this year is that it is pretty much done. This year is pretty much over now. We've kind of done everything big that we needed to do. We just got to get through this Christmas period, and we know there's going to be a lot of tape shows coming up. In fact, there is a tape show tonight. Tonight we've got a tape show. They're taping, I think it is SmackDown. Someone told me that they're taping the 26th, December the 26th tonight, not Friday, which is a little strange. So they're kind of jumping forward a little bit. But the bottom line is, there is a taping. You are going to have to try and avoid spoilers. So that is happening tonight as well. Right, let's go with, let's get this in here. So, Joe, shout out to you, said this heat is why Cena tapped. We as a community seem to get it, but the IWC doesn't, says Joe. Joe, thank you. Answer this. Okay, I've put a form up for you guys. So I always need help with this. So basically, we always ask our members every other week a load of questions. These videos are going to be dropping early next year. And I've got about 6 or 7 videos ready to edit. I've already edited a couple of them, actually, so I've got some of them ready to show you. But basically, I asked the members these questions, and so I need you to pop in the answers, right? You're providing the answers. I can tell you the questions in advance so that you can think about them before you click on the link. The link will just take you to a form where you provide your answers. We've done it before. Many of you have been kind enough to provide the answers. So I'll tell you the questions in advance. don't answer it in the chat. Answer it in the link, right? So, what was the funniest WWE moment of 2025? What was the best promo of 2025? What was the best men's feuds of 2025? What was the best women's feuds of 2025? What item do people most want that's WWE related for Christmas? Yeah, think about what you've asked for, what you're hoping to get. In that, obviously, if it's like a John Cena shirt, say John Cena's last shirt or something like that, or if it's an AJ shirt, right? There's no point putting shirt. You know, we need to know who, of course. And what was the worst catchphrase in WWE history? So if you can answer those for me, then I'll get all the answers. I'll ask the members. We've got a couple of members coming on Wednesday. We'll have a fun little quiz. I'm going to create the short. You will see the results of this next year. Okay? Okay. Lovely. Thank you. Thank you. Right. Hannah said, Daze, now that the tour is over, how would you rate it out of 10? I would say 5, as WWE should have kept it safe, having Cena face for all of it. Going unpredictable for the weekly shows. I miss Cena, says Hannah. Yeah, you reminded me, actually, that was a video I wanted to do because I did get, I don't know if people have started doing it and maybe that's why everyone's talking about it, but I have had people asking me that exact question on X. And 5s and 6s seem to be kind of where we are. I would be with you personally with a 5. I think that there was a few mistakes, you know, and a few opponents that I didn't care for. It's difficult because, like, I didn't care for the Brock match, and I didn't care for the Logan match, and I certainly didn't care for, like, some of those tag matches. I mean, I would quite happily have replaced all of those. I didn't really care to do Dominic twice. You know, that's not something I cared for. You know, Survivor Series with all of Judgment Day coming down. I mean, it's great that Roxanne gets a moment. I feel like that's great for her more so than it was for us. I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have done Dominic twice. I understand, like, if John beats Dominic, maybe it's not ideal because, you know, we're trying to build stars, whatever. But I don't know. It just sort of felt a little bit to me like we got to the end of the year and Dominic had the championship and they were like, well, let's do this match because Dominic's got the belts. So it'd be good if we have, like, John get the belt from Dom because that way we can do John and Dom and John can get the Intercontinental. And then someone's turned around and gone, yeah, but that's not great for Dom, is it, that he loses to John? And they're like, well, that's all right. We'll do a rematch. Do you know what I mean? Like, rather than it being all planned out, someone else could have had the Intercontinental. We could have done John Dominic earlier in the year. Dominic could have won. John could have got the IC belt off somebody else. And, you know, that way we wouldn't have had to have done the Dominic match twice. I would have, yeah, really moved stuff around. I mean, I think the emotion of the end does quite a bit of lifting. I think that there's some great matches like the AJ match, the Cody Rhodes match. I think all of that is great. The heel turn is a shocking moment, which I'm going to class as a positive. It's just that the run after it could not deliver. But I don't know. I mean, honestly, I'm about 5 at best. But it's a really good point because it is a video that I was going to do. And I was going to ask you guys what your thoughts about that were. Because now the run is done and now that it's all over, I think a lot of people would like to have their say on the run, right? So I'm going to pop that in my little folder thing. YouTube ideas. John Cena run video. Goods. I think that'd be an interesting one to do. We did one on LA Knight last week. What do you think about LA Knight? I'd like to really do more of those that aren't just what did you think about Raw, what did you think about SmackDown. I'd like to add a few extra videos to that second channel. So I think, what's your thoughts about John Cena's final year, I think is a good one. So yeah, Hannah, good question. I'm with you. Probably 5 at best. I'm sure there's some other matches that I could find. I mean, there was moments, wasn't there? You know, John doing the pipe bomb, CM Punk dressing up Thugonomics, the R-Truth interactions. Maybe not all of them, but some of them. Like, all of that goes towards, you know, this year not being a complete disaster. But yeah, I mean, there's matches I would change. There are the heel like run. I probably wouldn't have done, which might have took away one of my positives, which was the turn. But yeah, I wouldn't have done that run. Or if I would have done the run, I would have done it better. So yeah, you know, hindsight's a wonderful thing, isn't it? So I'm with you, 5. But I did have some people saying 6 on X. So some people are a touch higher. Connor, hello. Daze, these are my 5 Cena matches this year. Cena against AJ. Cena Cody at SummerSlam. Cena Randy. Cena Punk. Cena Sammy. Do you agree? I sort of felt like Cena Randy and Cena Punk, because he was heel at the time, just felt like something was off. Something was missing. Something didn't click. Something wasn't right. It was lovely to do them, but I can't say that they were anything that special. I mean, really, for me, we don't get going until SummerSlam, when he turns back face. I mean, that heel run was really poor. I feel like you can pretty much write everything off in that heel run. But I'm just trying to think if there's anything. I mean, I think the Sammy shout is a really good shout, but it was obviously ruined the conclusion of it, which was a real shame. I might have to go with you. I mean, I think the Gunther match is a really great match. I'm actually not down on the match. And on Cage Match, it's got like an 8-point summit rating. And I said that I believed it was still great, and you lot still scored it as great. It's just the final seconds that are debated. It's like literally the final 5 seconds, 3 to 5 seconds of the match. That's it. But it's just, unfortunately, that's one of the most important parts of John Cena's career, right? That's so heavily debated. And I have seen all opinions. I mean, whatever you can say on it, it's been said. I have seen people that absolutely loathe it and swear blind they are now done with WWE. It's an absolute disgrace. I've seen people saying it was perfect. They wouldn't have changed it it was fine, acceptable, not ideal, but fine. I've seen people saying they just wish he had passed out rather than tapped. I've seen people saying he should not have lost. This tradition of losing your old match, it's an old tradition about the territories, and you shouldn't have to lose your old match. Look at Sting. And, like, Sting, I think, at one point was trending because people are like, well, Sting won his last match in AEW. I mean, I've seen everything. I've even seen Shayna Baszler, as I said, telling us that tapping out isn't giving up. What if I told you that tapping out doesn't always mean giving up? And then if you go down and actually read, you can read what she's, got to say. And I've seen it compared to Star Wars. I've had, like, quotes sent over from like mythology and all this kind of stuff. It's been a wild 48 hours, to be honest with you. Really, really wild, as everyone's kind of scrambling to wrap their heads around and try and find something that works for them. And the honest answer is some people have, some people haven't, some people are okay with it, some people are not. Some people are in the middle, like, look, it happened, it's fine. It's, the most important thing was what happened after. And to be honest with you, I do sort of agree with that. I think I'm very much in the camp of, like, okay, I've had my say on it. You've had your say on it. We can still go over it here, but if you want to. But we've got that moment at the end where he's in the entranceway, and he's talking to the camera. I mean, just in his socks. Oh, my God. I mean, that's my takeaway. That's what I remember. I remember that moment happening and being shocked, not being emotional. I wasn't emotional when John tapped. And I remember Triple H come down and then, being distracted by the BS chants and, all that's you effed up. And then I remember Triple H laughing as he hugs John Cena. And then I remember a tribute video that wasn't really that special. And then I remember, the belts being put on John, thinking, that's nice. That's nice that, Cody and Punk are having a little moment. I remember John being very, robotic in a way. John seemed to be a bit void of emotion, didn't he? I don't know if anyone else felt that. I wonder if it was that he was just shutting down a little bit. I wonder if he was just, so focused on, I do that, now I do this, now I do that. I've got to hit these markers. I mean, who knows? He might have gone back to his dressing room and just bawled, right? Just let it all come out. But in the ring, it was very stoic, very dignified. Triple H come here, so John goes over, watch this. John's watching it. There's a few moments where his head drops or there's a little smile, but by and large, it's done that now. Now what? It's well, it's up to you. What, how do you want to wrap this up? Okay. Shoes off, wristbands off, in the middle of the ring, a bow, out the ring, to the entranceway. To be honest, I think the reason why he felt a little disconnected, right, and didn't show emotion is because I think he really wanted that final shot. I think he really wanted that final shot where he looks at the camera and he says, it's been a pleasure. Thank you. I think, and if he'd have gone in the ring and the emotion had got to him in the ring, perhaps he couldn't have delivered those lines. So, but I just remember, obviously we were still talking about the finish. We were talking about, is he going to talk? Is he going to do a speech now? We were talking about Triple H laughing, the things the crowd were chanting. These are all the topics of conversation that's being had. But, I remember him just sort of being right, I do this now. Now I do that now. Now I do that now. And then he goes up the entranceway, speaks to the camera, goes to the back. So I think that he kept his dignity, of course. I think he wanted to do that. Kept himself composed. I'm sure in the back there was a bit of emotion that came out then. But I think he really wanted to deliver those words. And I've got to think that if I was in his shoes, I would also have thought a lot about, right, when that bell finally rings, what is it that I want to get out of it? What is it that I want to say, or what do I need to do? Maybe I'd watch some retirement matches to get some ideas. And so you can, I tell you, it's not a knock. I hope it's not coming across like I'm knocking John. I'm absolutely not. I'm just sort of talking about, it felt very regimented. But then he is a former military man as well, and he lives his life by a schedule, doesn't he? I've got to do this now, I've got to do that now. And it sort of came across like that to me at the end of it. Right, time for this, now I do this, now I do that, now I go there, now I say this. And I think that he had obviously thoroughly thought it through and, said what he needed to say. I think for me, it's him walking for that final time away from the ring. Anything else? Him taking the shoes off and the wristbands, yes. Him walking up the entranceway in just his socks. Sort of I don't know, it sort of symbolizes he's given literally everything, short of taking off the jorts. He's left the wristbands, the shoes in the ring. He's just a guy in his socks, leaving the ring now for the final time. Before turning around to the camera. Well, first of all, looking up at the camera, then turning around and saying, it's been a pleasure. Thank you. And then going to the back. I mean, for me, that is so much bigger than the end of the match and whatever, So that's the bit that I take away, and that's honestly the bit that I remember first. And hopefully as time goes by, people will remember that as really the true ending of that evening. So some people are absolutely fine with the tap out, of course, and so for them it's no problem. All of it was fantastic. But if you are someone that struggles with that finish, then hopefully you can remember the moment that we got after. Even though I saw some people criticizing that, saying he should have spoken. Do you think he'll speak on Raw? There is no word that John Cena is on Raw tonight. If John Cena comes out, it is a surprise tonight. There is absolutely no word that John Cena is on this show. So, but to be honest, I don't know that he needed to necessarily say anything. I think I don't find myself needing more. I know, I'm sure some of you do, but I don't. I sort of feel like he spoke to us throughout the whole year, got to his final show, his final appearance, and then he did speak to us, and he kept it so sweet and simple. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. And you know, you can expand on that and thank loads of people and make it bigger and do all this stuff, you know, but the core message is still going to be the same, isn't it? It's been a pleasure. Thank you. You can exaggerate it, make it bigger, but you're still going to end up with the same core message. And it was short, it was sweet, it was, you know, it was great. That bit I thought was great. Yeah, I mean, it definitely hit me, that bit. Definitely felt it. I'm sure many of you felt it. I mean, so many people saying that, you know, who's cutting onions and stuff at the time. So I think if we're going to remember anything, hopefully we remember that. So the reason we've just spoke about that, Connor, is because I think I would put the Gunther match in there. I think I'd put that in there because what goes in is a great match, but also all the stuff that happened after. So I think I would have to put that in. Maybe take out... Oh, I don't know, you know. Maybe take out the Randy one. I mean, the Punk one had some fun with Punk coming out in the build with Punkonomics, which I really liked. And a lot of people really enjoyed Cena doing like a Cena pipe bomb as well. So maybe I'd keep that in as part of it. But yeah, it's done. And there was definitely highlights that he gave us in 2025. It was not a complete disaster, even though some people might try and convince you it was. Wrestler Landy said, Daze Gunther should now be like Brock was after he broke the streak. Corey said, you make me want to get an X profile so that I can voice my opinion. I'm such a boomer. I've only ever had Facebook, says Corey. Well, do you know, Corey, it's funny you should say that, actually, because I do get people saying this to me from time to time. And the reason why I've always done that is because that's just the social media that I have found easiest to kind of get wrestling news from and navigate. For some reason, I'm a boomer and I just can't really work Facebook, to be honest with you. I'm not very good at like navigating through it to find the wrestling news, or, you know, I don't know. I'm sure if I don't know. I've always used it for like friends and like for a personal account, but I don't really use that now, right? But in regards to, but when I worked in retail, I would be on Facebook. I'd never be on X, right? I'd never be on Twitter. I'd always be on Facebook. And but I always find with this, it's a lot easier with X for like wrestling news and lists and getting feeds. And I'm sure you can do all that on Facebook, but never done it. So that's why like X has always been, or Twitter has always been my go-to. But I have started thinking, should I actually start getting people's feedback from the breakdown video? What I could do is pin in the breakdown video a Google form that just says, what did you think about the show? And then I could actually start using that instead of X, because I do get people saying that they don't have X. So actually putting a Google form in that breakdown video might make a lot of sense. So there is a bit of a thought process that I might be changing that a little bit. We'll have to wait and see. Or I might use both. I'm not sure yet. But yeah, at the moment we're still using X. But I do get quite a few people saying I'm not on there, and I'd love to share my opinion. So yeah, Corey, I hear you. There is a bit of thought process about that. James said, Daze, I'm going to quit these streams. The hero Cena taught me that it's okay to quit what you love. Oh, well, James, I feel like there's actually a little compliment in there because you used the word love. And I'm pretty confident that's the first time that James has ever used that word other than quit. But shout out to you. Did you see what Jessie Buckeye tweeted out? She's someone that's in the IWC. I know that she's a big like AEW fan. I don't really follow her, posts, but it kind of blew up yesterday because obviously she's a very sick lady individual who, I wish nothing but the best and, nothing but good health. But she was put a post out of her in hospital with like tubes coming out of her nose and, things in her arm and, she's in hospital bed and she's like, she's not a well person. And she was like, thank you, John, for teaching me to give up. It was like, it was a joke, right? People were like, Jesse, like, come on. But it was kind of like quite striking, to be honest, because she was in hospital with all the tubes and everything. She's like, thank you, John, for teaching me it's okay to give up. It's like, oh. So, yeah, there is a lot of memes. There was a lot of stuff I left out of Unseen because, honestly, it's really divisive. I got to tell you, man, this is quite a passionate one. This is one that I think that people will go to war over. I mean, you know how there's tribalism with like WWE and AEW. I feel like people are really dug in on this one as well. Their heels are dug in. They are not shifting. No, what, like, everyone's got, like, John means so much to people that, like, they ain't moving. If you think that finish was good, was perfect, was great, you ain't shifting. Your heels are dug in, and you're like, this is the hill I die on, right? Equally, if you think it was rubbish, it was bad, it was completely the wrong thing to have the never give up man give up, you ain't moving off. That's the hill you're dying on as well. This is why, for me, there's not really much to be gained by us having this massive kind of debate and argument, right? Which I'm sure people are looking for. But the vibe I've got over the past 48 hours, I could be wrong, but the vibe I've got over the last 48 hours is people ain't shifting from their positions, right? People ain't moving from where they stand on this, right? So we could have this big argument, this big debate. It ain't going to achieve anything. Nothing is going to be achieved. We are all going to waste our energy. We are all going to get upset at each other. And that's why, for me, I'm like, let's just focus on the moments after when he made those comments. Let's just focus on him leaving the shoes and stuff in the ring. Let's just focus on, like, the true ending of that show, where he spoke to us and said it's been a pleasure, I tell you one thing that can bring us all together, right? Because I feel like I'm speaking to Democrats and Republicans all joining us, right? People on different sides of the aisle. I think the one thing that can bring us together is the fact that we can all agree that John Cena did what he did at the end of that match because he wanted to put Gunther over in the biggest way possible. I don't think anyone disagrees with that. And I think the smile at the end has been interpreted a lot of different ways. And I don't know its true meaning because John, I'm sure, will reveal its true meaning. But for me, I know that John has always said that he wants to leave the business better than he found it. And that is what he's kind of really been motivated by. Is leaving the business better than you found it. And the way I interpret the smile is that he smiles because he knows he's about to tap out, right? And he knows that he's leaving the business better than he found it. And he actually gets a moment of fulfillment. He gets something which he wanted, which is that he's going knowing that he has achieved his goal of leaving the company better than he found it when he came in. And that's something that he's mentioned like throughout his career. So I think that for me, he might come out and say the smile is like means something else. But for me, that's kind of how I interpret the smile, right? And I think for me that is that's a lovely thing. That's a lovely moment. I think the smile is definitely brought a lot of comfort to a lot of people. And I think that John did what he did to put Gunther over the absolute biggest way he can. This is why Triple H is smiling in creative, because you want the heat. You want the fans. You know, Triple H will also have had a bit of a smile when he will have seen that footage of Gunther being booed outside. People shouting F you to Gunther. Gunther having to quickly get on a bus. You don't want that going too far where it gets nasty. You don't want the mark being overstepped, right? And some people would say the mark was already overstepped with the footage that was shown. I didn't think it was that bad, honestly. Gunther is not being swarmed. They're not all around him. They're not pushing and shoving. Security are there. People are shouting things at Gunther, right? But to me, like, it was fine. He gets on the bus. I mean, unless he comes out and says there was something that I never saw, like he was being pushed around. You know, if people are over there shouting stuff, that, in my opinion, is fine. Security are there. Gunther goes in, goes on the bus. People are shouting stuff, right? Some bad language, as you can imagine. I think Triple H will have looked at that, had a bit of a smile on his face. This is all about getting heat on Gunther, and about Gunther being, you know, the biggest heel he absolutely can, and, you know, the upset fan base. You know, Triple H's problem is that he doesn't really want the heat on him. He wants the heat on Gunther. So that's going to be a tricky one to navigate. That's going to be a tricky one. I mean, the only thing you can do is have Gunther come out and really lay it on thick so that the fans start really channeling that heat towards him. So, yeah, that's going to be a really interesting segment tonight. Obviously, the Gunther segment's going to be really, really interesting. Joe said, more importantly, people are talking about it. If you ask me, it's mission accomplished. Cena did it for the long-term good of wrestling, says Joe. Thank you, Joe. Benny said, Daze, I would be shocked if this was all story for heel Triple H to rule with an iron fist. And then all of a sudden, Vince clears his name and returns as a mega face to take down Triple H's power, says Benny. Seeb said, Daze, EO, would you say these top stars who come in after the pandemic, like LA or Bronson in their late 30s, early 40s, aren't at the level required due to the fact they couldn't make it back in the day? Would I say the people that come in that are in their late 30s, early 40s aren't the same level? It depends what you're looking for. I mean, what I would say about them is that they, I think, contribute to the roster. I think that they are good to have around. I think that a Bronson Reed and LA Knight, you know, because of their experience, because of their reliability, because they've been in so many different companies and situations, you can feel pretty confident that you can put them on TV, give them a microphone, put them in a Royal Rumble, put them in an Elimination Chamber or War Games or a faction or a tag team, or give them a feud around a mid-card belt, and, you know, tag titles. And you can feel pretty confident that it's going to be solid work, right? They're not going to stink the place out. So what I would say is bringing people in it later in their career, they definitely bring a lot of experience, or hopefully they do. And I think then it comes down to, can they connect with the audience? And I mean, the great thing is that with life, I mean, you can make mistakes and you can struggle, and you can, you know, you could have not taken it that serious and, you know, messed around in your 20s. I mean, in your 20s, you're still immature, to be honest, right? You're not thinking really about, you just want to go out with your mates and have fun, you know. You kind of leave school, maybe you go to college, or maybe you go to university. By the time you're hitting your 20s, for many people, it's the first time they're not in some sort of system, you know, some sort of education. And so, you know, you're kind of finding your way in the world. I think it is totally understandable that you would make mistakes in your 20s. I think it's totally understandable that you're not just going to have worked life out, right? You know, maybe you should be saving, but you don't save. Things like that, you know, financially making mistakes and, you know, whatever. So, you know, I think that it's not fair to kind of paint everyone as like being, oh, you weren't good enough when you was younger, because there's so many reasons as to why it might not have worked out. I mean, it might be, you know, right place, right time. They say a lot is in the opportunity, and, you know, there's a lot in luck as well. So I sort of feel like it's not fair to say that. I feel like if you bring someone in later on, you are probably bringing them in because you like their work and you feel you can get something out of them. And chances are, like, I think with LA Knight, they saw a mid-carder, honestly. I think they saw a mid-carder. I mean, if you think they called him up as Max Dupree and had him actually doing stuff with Maximum Male Models, I think he would have gone on to have been a wrestler. I don't think he would have done that forever. I think he would have gone on to have been a wrestler, but I don't think they saw a world champion there. So, you know, WWE saw someone that I think would be a really good person to have, someone that was good on the microphone, someone that had a bit of a catchphrase and had a bit of something about him, and we think the fans are going to like this, and he'll be a good worker. And then, you know, you kind of keep him around the mid-cards. But the thing is, if they then connect like LA Knight has, then all of a sudden you got to decide, like, actually, do we need to reevaluate here? And that's, you know, something WWE have had to do. The problem is, though, WWE didn't know if it was a flash in the pan or if this was a sustained movement for LA Knight. And I think now we can quite comfortably say this is a sustained movement. Like, this is a serious fan base. This is serious support because it's been there for a few years. So this is why now they're saying that, like, okay, LA Knight, they hear you. Apparently next year, bigger and better things are coming. I mean, he's getting more opportunities now. You know, he's back, you know, he just got murked by the Vision, but when he comes back, he's going to go after the Vision. The Vision are like one of the biggest things on Raw. You know, this isn't a guy that's not getting on TV consistently. This isn't a guy that's, you know, just like doing a feud and then going away. This is a guy that's, you know, up there with the biggest groups and involved in, like, you know, some of the biggest stuff. Got to the final of that Last Time Is Now tournament. So I don't worry about LA Knight. I don't worry that he's getting buried or anything like this. I do understand that people want him to be world champ and they want him to be a multiple-time world champ and, you know, all that kind of stuff. I don't know if he goes to achieve that. I think he will achieve world champion. I think he becomes world heavyweight champion. How long that reign is, how successful it is, when he loses it, does he get back to it? Not sure. To be honest, I think it depends how the run goes. Because look at Damian Priest. He won it and we didn't go back, or we haven't gone back, right? Jey Uso won it and we haven't gone back. And in fact, now he finds himself in a tag team. So a lot of it is going to depend on how that run goes. But everything is pointing towards LA Knight getting that World Heavyweight Championship run for me. So, no, I would not say that. I would not say that, you know, you're not good enough at that sort of age. I mean, look at Cody. Cody left, didn't he? He was Stardust. He was a mid-carder. He left, made a name for himself. They brought him back in his late 30s. He's now the guy. So I'd say Cody Rhodes kind of is proof that you can come back in your late 30s and still be given the ball. And there's a good chance that LA Knight is going to do the exact same thing. And there's a good chance that Bronson Reed will as well. He finds himself in the Vision. And even though it feels like Bron Breakker is the person ahead of him, still every chance that Bronson Reed gets a World Heavyweight Championship run at some point. Justin said, in my opinion, I think they played the video package for Cena. That would have been the right time to have announced the Hall of Fame. Oh, if it had been in the video package. Yeah. I mean, I wasn't really looking for that personally because But I agree with you. I feel like that video package needed some like special to it. I mean, I know Vince, there was some footage of Vince in there, but that video package didn't really feel that different to me. I mean, we saw that Sweet Disposition one. That one was great with all the roster saying thank you, Cena, and whatever. There was a great one they did for the Make-A-Wish as well that was like 6 minutes long, showing like loads of the Make-A-Wish wishes that he had granted. So, I mean, that one was great. This one was just another highlight package, really, that was good, but I didn't feel was like end of career special. So I agree with you. It felt like something was missing, and if they'd have put the Hall of Fame announcement thing in there, then fine. Yeah, fine. Equally, though, I do think that John is someone that we should celebrate, obviously, again in the future for everything he's done. I feel like we've just done a lot of that this year, and all of Saturday was really a celebration of John. And the anger that people felt at the finish was because they cared. It's because they wanted better for John. So even all that came from a good place, right? So everyone wants the best for John. And I think that, you know, giving it a bit of breathing room now after such intense John Cena-ness, right? Take a couple and then do like the Hall of Fame induction would probably be how I would approach it. But I do agree with you. It did feel like something needed to be in that video. I'll tell you what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that John is like such a lovely person. I think it would have been amazing if TKO WWE had actually, in that video, announced that they were donating X amount to charity, or they were going to invest in a children's hospital or something, you know. They were, thanks to John Cena, they are, committing to granting 1,000 wishes over the next, 5 years or something like this, you know? Like, I feel, I agree with you. It felt like there needed to be a message, something in there. And something like that, I think, would have been fantastic if they had made an announcement that was going to benefit kids, charity, because of you, John, and because of your example, the example that you have set. We are proud to announce, bang, something like that. That would have been pretty special. I think I would have looked at something like that. But yes, I'm not in disagreement with you. If we had to do or have to do the Hall of Fame like now, then yeah, that would have been a good spot to have done. That would have just elevated that tribute video above like all the other ones that came out this past week. I hope Gunther opens Raw, comes out to John's theme, said Dan, and then that fakes the fans out, says that. Yeah, that would be a great shout, actually. That would be great. Aseeb said, do we think if this Cena farewell happened pre-TKO during the Vince era, do we think the Cena would have had 220 dates and would have booked it better? I don't know that he would have had 220 because I don't think we've done 220. I mean, LA Knight had the most matches this year and he had 60-something matches. So, the business is so different to where it was that back in the day, Cena was ready to do 200 dates this year. But they were like, we just don't really need you for that. But we don't do the live events anymore. We don't do the house shows like we used to. Cena he was all in. Cena was like, I'll do all the live events. I'll do all the PLEs. I'll do everything. They're like, don't really need you for that, mate. I mean, we'll take you for the PLEs. And I think he pretty much did them. I'm trying to think if he did miss any of them. I mean, he was at Rumble. He was at Chamber. He was at Mania. He was at Backlash. He was in Saudi, Survivor Series, Money in the Bank, WrestlePalooza. I mean, I think he did. I mean, he wasn't at Evolution. Lazy. But I think he pretty much did the PLEs. And then, of course, he did a lot of Raws. Would I have taken him for more dates? Yeah, I would, because I think you could have done something tonight I think, if John was on to say a few words tonight, that would have boosted the ratings for tonight. And, maybe he could have said a few words. I don't think it's needed, personally. I think he said what he said. And I think, it is what it is. But you could have had it. You could have had something between Survivor Series and, Saturday night's main event. You could have had more in February. I remember people kicking off like, oh, this tour's a bit rubbish. I mean, he basically announced he was going to be in the chamber match in the post-show at the Rumble because he wasn't around. He wasn't around. So it was one of those where he just announced, I think I've got a bit of pull. So I'm going to announce I'm going to be in the chamber. Triple H came out and went, yeah, if John wants to do that, that's absolutely fine. But we could have, done some shows, done some matches, done some stuff, But we didn't really do much in, February, so maybe you could have done a bit more there. But I think John, as soon as WWE said, we don't need you for 200, we're just looking for something like 30-odd, I think John then actually tried to fit in a couple of projects. I think there was one in February that he ends up doing, because I think he was over in Budapest filming. So I think, at that point, John then goes, okay, well, if you don't need me for all of that and you're looking for 30-odd dates, there is this project I'd like to do in February, and WWE were like, yeah, no problem, no issues. So I think John then just fitted in a couple of things. So it's hard to know, isn't it? It's hard to know, kind of in an alternative universe, what you would have got, how it would have played out. I mean, I think a lot of people would agree more John Cena dates would have been great, because we enjoyed everyone that we got. And so, I would have probably looked for 45, something like that. Maybe got a few more Raws in, maybe the odd SmackDown appearance. If there was a PLE who wasn't on, maybe I'd have got him on that. So, yeah, I would have turned it up, but I wouldn't have gone 200 because I don't think I could get to 200, to be honest with you. I'm not sure I could. I don't know that there was even 200 shows that he could have been on. So, and then also you've got honestly, to get to 200, he'd had to have done every Raw, every SmackDown, every live show, every PLE. I mean, it would have been John Cena overload. I think you do need a few shows where he's not on. I would have only had him once a week, for example, right? If that. So I think it was all right. There was a few weeks he wasn't around. I think that was okay to, not just have him all the time. So I don't know. If Vince was there, would Vince have used him more? Maybe. Would he have booked him better? I still think there would have been mistakes. I don't think the heel run would have happened. So I think that would have been better. I think he would have had him still lose. And would Gunther have been the person? Not sure. Hard to know, isn't it, who Vince would have identified. But yeah, I think you likely would have got more dates. I think it would have been a better run because I definitely don't think the heel run would have happened this year. I think Vince would have been like, no, we're not doing that. So just to guess, because I have nothing to base it on apart from what I've said, but I would say I think Vince would have booked it better, mainly based on the fact the heel run wouldn't have happened. It doesn't feel right that he retired on Saturday night's main event, said Safe Boss. Miss Dell Jr. said, what would you rate the Cena Gunther match out of 5 and the entire Saturday night's main event in general? Out of 5, I would give it a 4. I really enjoyed Oba, Cody. I thought Oba's aura was fantastic. I think the criticisms of that match aren't really the match. I think it's the fact it was short and the fact that Drew interrupted, which meant that it was either a Cody win or no contest. I actually don't know what the official result was. It could be either. It could be a no contest where no one won, or it could be Cody wins by DQ. I actually never saw. I've got a feeling on Cage Match they've got it as a no contest. I think they've got it that no one won. For me, it was a showcase. And Oba was holding his own against the WWE champion, looking like he was ready for that fight. And I don't know what would have happened if Drew hadn't have interrupted. But what it did is made me want to see Oba on the main roster. It made me want to see that match again. Oba standing up to Drew made me go, I'll take that as well. Right? So actually, a lot of people go, oh, that was ruined. 6 point summit on cage match. I'm like, are you joking me? I had so much fun with that match. I thought the match was great. There were some big spots. Cody busted open. Cody bleeding. I mean, I thought it was a great visual. Don't really know what we're criticizing. I mean, if Cody had won, people would have complained. Can't believe they've buried this new talent. If Oba had won, people would have complained. Because there would have been like, well, you've just made your top guy look weak. He can't even beat the developmental champion. I mean, honestly, that match had... You couldn't win whichever way you went. And so they went with, well, let's not have anyone win because Drew is involved in a story with Cody right now. I think we all knew that was a possibility, him getting involved. And he does get involved. And so I was like, yeah, it did its job. It made me want to see more. Do I wish it had a bit more time? Yeah, I do, actually. I do. It had 9 minutes. I would have liked 12. I would have liked it a little longer. I didn't need 20, you know. I mean, it was a showcase match. But just that little bit more. Yeah, I would have liked it a bit more. So it does get marked down for that reason. But it was a showcase. This was not a big build. It had next to no builds. It had like one little segment, little confrontation, and that was it, wasn't it, on SmackDown? So for me, I really don't mark the score down or the show down for that opening match. It's definitely a box ticked. Sol Ruka Bailey, I thought was fun. Sol Ruka doing Sol Ruka things. I mean, we've seen Sol Ruka before. It's easy to just take it for granted. But I think if you didn't really watch NXT, you just saw such an exciting new talent in Sol Ruka. I mean, Triple H afterwards said she's going to change the business. She's going to change the industry. And I was like, is she? Is she? But then I was like, she is very innovative. And we have seen, like, Charlotte do moonsaults. And then you do see Tiffany doing, like, more gymnastics than I think we've seen anyone do before. And then you do have Io doing backflips and all this kind of stuff. Sol Ruka, because of her innovation, her risk-taking, she is a little bit like a Charlotte mixed with a Tiffany mixed with a Lita kind of a thing. She is a bit of a hybrid where she is innovative, risk-taking, she's got gymnastics, she, you know, is really credible, likable as well. Like, people really like Sol Ruka. Like, she is going to be a big star. There is absolutely no doubt about that. Is she going to change the industry? Is she going to push women's wrestling forwards? That's a real interesting one, actually. Not one I'd considered. Not one I'd considered. Because of her innovation, her risk-taking, her gymnastics, the agility, but also there's credibility there as well. And in the Soul Snatcher, one of the best finishing moves we've ever seen. Ever. I mean, I put it up there with anything, and she started hitting it off ring steps, commentary tables. She can hit it off the ropes in the middle. She can hit it off the corner, which is where she first was doing it. In that move, you know, the more that she can hit it, she hit it off of barricades. She can hit it off so many. She just needs elevation. Anything that can just get her off the ground, she can hit it. And if you can get it so that you don't know when it's coming or where it's coming, then, you know, it starts to get a little bit of kind of an RKO out of nowhere vibe. That Soul Snatcher is sick. So I think it's easy to look at Sol Ruka and go, yeah, sin this girl. Sin this. But actually, if you go, this is her on the main roster and she's showing the world what she can do, and people were really into it in the live crowds, and I thought the match was good. Like, really good. I don't think the match was like, I think I preferred Oba Cody as a match, but I can't mark the show down for Bailey, Sol Ruka, and Sol gets the win as well. I just sort of wish she'd got the win with the Soul Snatcher. She hits it, and then it's all a little bit messy at the end. I would have liked it to have been bang, Soul Snatcher, 1, 2, 3. That move is good enough to put anyone away. I don't care if you're flipping Mildred Burke, right? Like, you're getting put away with the Soul Snatcher. So there was this weird little, like, it carried on for a few moments after the Soul Snatcher. I wouldn't have done that. I would have just, the Soul Snatcher is good enough to put Bayley away. So, yeah. And then I think a little bit of distraction with Zarya there. Because you're like, is she going to turn? Is she not going to turn? I was just a little distracted during the match and after the match. I think her presence was actually a bit of a negative. So anyway, it was fine. Yeah, my score doesn't go down because of that match. I was entertained. Then we get to the tag match. That needed more time. And there is the AJ botch in there, which is a real shame. But not a deal breaker. And actually, Leon and Javon show out again. I mean, all the NXT talent delivered. Then you get the surprise Joe Hendry moment, right? Which doesn't do it for me. I'm not a crazy Joe Hendry fan. I don't hate the guy. It just doesn't. It's just, I don't know. It's a gimmick that it just has never grabbed me. The best way I can explain that gimmick is that the train left the station and I was on the station, right? To be honest, I wasn't even around when the train left the station because this was a gimmick that started in TNA. So I wasn't even around when the gimmick started. So I sort of feel like the first time I saw Joe Hendry, I think, was his music video, which was like purposefully cheesy and cringe. And I was like, okay, this ain't really for me. I don't feel like I'm in on this joke. But there were plenty of people that were, and plenty of people that have really gravitated towards Joe and love the We Believe, say his name, he appears. Yeah, I don't wish him any ill will. I have absolutely nothing against him. I am not campaigning for him to leave WWE or, like, I didn't watch that and go, oh my God, it's Joe Hendry. It was fine. Yeah, it was fine. I'm not sure it was needed. I would have dropped it to have had more time for the matches that didn't have the time, you know? There was matches that were short that I think shouldn't have been as short, and I probably would have used that time for them, right? But it got Miz on the show, and it got R-Truth on the show, and it got another young talent, NXT talent, like, on the show, which is great. So you can't really be down on that either, to be honest. I do think some of the pacing was off, though. I do, like, maybe drop a match, you know? Perhaps we didn't need the tag match if he was going to do that little surprise thing as well. John gets 20-odd minutes. The length of that match is fine. The finish is controversial. The stuff afterwards, the video package, I agree, could have done with some. I think all of my complaints and niggles probably get me to an 8 out of 10 range, you know? I was really entertained. I thought the show was, like, really strong. I thought the NXT talent shone. And I thought that there was definitely things that, you know, you would tweak and you would change. It depends how much that finish, you know, what it meant to you. I mean, there's people that will be really down on this show because of that finish, but then there'll be people that will be really high on the show and they love the finish and, you know, the NXT talent shone and, you know, all that. So for me, I can't remember what I said in the breakdown video, but I'm certainly an 8, right? On Cage Match, they've got it currently at 7.3 on Cage Match. So they've got it 7.3, but they were quite down on Cody Ober, which I don't agree with, right? So I think that's where the disagreement is. They've got it 7.3, but they were down on Cody Ober. I was not down on Cody Ober, hence my score is higher. So, yeah, what was the second part of that question, though? It was, what did you score the show? And was it, what would you rate Cena Gunther match out of 5? Probably 4.25. I think the match is really good. I really like the match. I think the finish is the final few seconds is the problem. What is debated. And so I'm probably like 4.25. I said I think I would still put it in his top 5 matches of the year. So there we go. Let's jump down into Joe said she's super pretty. What, Sol Ruka? Well, she is attractive. I mean, it is true that obviously helps. It's not something that I care about or dwell on, to be honest, but I suppose it is a factor. You know, if she was you know, not super pretty, that would still be okay. But yeah, we'd be lying to ourselves if we were to say that super pretty is not going to be super helpful. Asib said, Days, every year we hope the Rumble kicks off the year in a great way, yes. Are we worried with the poor 2025 that 2026, nothing will change until maybe April, May, due to the Rumble being out of America? Oh, no. No, that's not a factor. I mean, like, the success of the Rumble does not define the first few months of the year. You know, you could have a bad Rumble and WrestleMania season could still be absolutely fantastic. In fact, I'm quite optimistic because the European tour doesn't happen at the same time it did this year. The European tour has moved to January, and so that means that we are going to be in America for February, March, April, and I think that is right. I really believe in that. I think this is where everyone lives in America, right? You want to be able to travel back home and recharge. But not only that, it's so much easier to get things moved and ordered for whatever you need. You know, if you want to do some big spot involving a car that you want to trash, it's a lot easier to sort that in America than it is in Italy, right? If you, like, you know, plans change and you need to get someone as a replacement, get on a plane, I need you, right? That's easier to do, isn't it? Because everyone lives in America. You can't really, I mean, like, you can only have who you've got, really, if you're over in Belgium, right? Because obviously getting a flight from America to Belgium is a lot more than flipping going from Orlando to New York. So I sort of feel like there's so much that makes sense about staying in America in the build towards your biggest show. The fact we didn't do that in 2025 was a concern before they even did the tour. And then they did the tour, and there was just a real lack of OMG moments. Now, I'm not saying that it was only because of that tour, because I'm quite happy to have a pop at WWE Creative in 2025. You know that, right? We've done it many streams, many times. But I do think it's going to be a lot easier this time, like 2026, being in America. If they fluff this build to WrestleMania, I will sit here and tell you WWE Creative fluffed it up. There is no excuse. I think 2025 there is a little excuse, tiny, yeah, not big, just a little excuse that they did a flipping European tour in the build to WrestleMania, which I really don't think helped. So that's why if the Rumble's flat and the Rumble doesn't really give us much, doesn't mean that the start of the year is ruined. I think that WrestleMania season is quite interesting this time around. So hopefully we can still get something out of that. Plus, there's not really a reason to think that the Royal Rumble's going to be flat or whatever. I mean, for me, the success of the Rumble, it doesn't necessarily just rest on all these surprises, because every year we only get a few surprises. You don't get that many surprises. You know, it's not like these days we don't really have them full of legends because we've got such a big roster that, like, there's just not really much room for legends. Plus, also, what legends would you put in that you've not really seen that could still work? I mean, to be honest, a lot of the legends are really broken down. I mean, like Mick Foley, Kurt Angle, you know, those kinds of names. It's going to take them the hour to just get to the ring. Do you know what I mean? Like, and they might have to win the thing because they can't be thrown over the top rope and run the risk of hitting the floor. I mean, they're basically made of glass. You know, Rob Van Dam, maybe if he could get himself in some sort of mental space to be able to do that, maybe. But to be honest with you, I think there is so many people that WWE want to showcase. So many people, talent that they want to just get on the show that, you know, you might get a speed moment like we had in 2025. I don't think it would be speed, but I'm saying, you know, you might get something. But to be honest, that'll probably go to Jericho. I mean, I think there's a good chance Jericho could be in the Rumble. If he is, and they find a way of keeping it secret and all that stuff, that's going to be really well received. You know, that's going to be really well received It's hard to see the men's Rumble getting a bad rating if Jericho's going to be in it, because that'll be such a moment that I think people will really be like, oh my God. And that will really set up the year as well, because all of a sudden there's a new toy to play with, isn't there? Think of all the matches that Jericho can have, and think of all the stuff we can do with Jericho. And, all of a sudden there'll be like this kind of breath of fresh air. Like we've got something new. I think there is a chance that Jericho could be in it as well. So, I don't know. I'm not ready to write off the Rumble just because it's outside of America. I still think that the Rumble can still deliver. I don't know that it will, of course, but it could. But certainly I'm more confident with WrestleMania season, the fact that's in America. Big Time said, Daze, according to Raj Giri, NXT has actually had a few weeks where the new system was higher than the old system. Last week they did 647. Under the old system it was 578. Really? That's interesting, because they did say they were going to look at it, didn't they? A little while ago, the people that work out this system were asked about wrestling in particular, and they were like, well, we're not aware of any anomalies, but we will obviously have a look into that. So if this new system is now being, a bit kinder to wrestling, I wonder if there is something in that. Trey DeGoat said, I would love to see AJ Styles have a retirement tour since he's retiring soon. I'd like to see him fight some TNA superstars, but I believe he won't have one. John actually mentioned about AJ Styles doing that, and AJ's like, he already feels that he has outstayed his welcome. And so, he really is someone that I think is just running on fumes at the moment. I mean, I would imagine that botch at Saturday night's main event is something that has probably stuck in his mind. The reason why I can't say that for certain, but he apparently has said to John, I know that I'm not putting out a product that's worthy of AJ Styles. I know that I've outstayed my welcome now. And so John said, I can't remember the show, but he was like, don't expect AJ to do a bit of a retirement tour or a retirement run, because he sort of already feels like he's given everything there is to give. I genuinely, I don't know, he might not make it past WrestleMania. I don't know if he's actually commented on where and when and whatever. I've not seen anything. Everyone's expecting 2026, of course. I think he's even come out and said this is pretty much the year that it's going to be done. But I don't know, man. I mean, it could be as soon as WrestleMania. It's going to be really hard, isn't it, to kind of carry on past that point. Certainly if he feels that way, and then we're going to start seeing botches on botches on a regular basis. I mean, I hope not, but he knows his body better than anyone. And apparently he's already said to John, I know I'm outstaying my welcome, or I've outstayed my welcome. So I agree with you. I'd love to see him be allowed to go to TNA and actually do some work there. I completely agree with you. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see if WWE allows it. I can't see why they wouldn't. They've got a relationship with TNA, so why would they not allow AJ Styles to go and have a match? I've got to think they would. I mean, TNA allowed Leon Slater to appear at Saturday night's main event. I will be shocked and genuinely disappointed if WWE don't allow that. I think I won't understand why, to be honest. It won't make any sense. I cannot give you a good reason as to why WWE would not allow AJ Styles to go to TNA. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, we're putting NXT talent on TNA. WWE want people to tune into TNA. They want you to see, the talent that they're sending over there. And, there's this partnership that's worked well. I think it's worked well. It just doesn't make any sense. If AJ wants it, TNA want it, why don't you do it? The only thing I can think is that WWE had plans for him to go to TNA in 2026. So you don't want to do it in 2025, because then that kind of makes it less special in 2026. So if it turns out, we was going to allow him to wrestle in 2025, but we decided 2026 was right because that's the year he's going to retire, and we wanted it to be special. So that's why we didn't allow him to do it in 2020. I think we'd all be like, Okay. Yeah, no, that actually makes sense. That's fine. That makes sense. You know, it is going to be special, AJ going back to TNA. Why not do it in 2026, the year that he retires? So I hope they do that. Made by Dawn, hello, said AJ is going to get a retirement tour, whether he wants to or not. SummerSlam 92. It might not be an official tour, but I would want their chance to wrestle AJ. Many would want a chance to wrestle AJ. Got you. I don't think anyone wants a retirement tour when they know what the plan is now, said First 48 Gaming. Safe Boss said, would you have changed Cena's retirement? It depends what we're talking about. I mean, I was fine with the opponent. I was fine with him losing. I wouldn't have had him tap. I would have changed the heel turn and some of the opponents. So in that regard, there are elements of the final match I would have changed. There are elements of the final run that I would have changed. But I have to keep saying what I've said, and that is I hope people don't dwell on those things, and I hope they dwell on the very, very end where Cena, in his socks, goes up the entranceway, turns to the camera, and basically, you know, says it's been a pleasure, thank you. That genuinely, honestly, is the thing I remember most. That is my final Cena memory. The true emotion of that was real, and it was, I thought, very special, and actually goes considerably towards my score for Saturday. I mean, it's not, you have to say that is a truly special moment, and actually you could say there are quite a few special moments in that show, but for me, you know, like Cody and Punk giving the belts to Cena in the ring and all that kind of stuff. Cena leaving the shoes and the sweatbands in the ring. You got to say that's another special moment. But for me, him walking in his socks, I don't know why the image of him just in his socks was so impactful to me. But I think it's just symbolic of him giving everything and him truly saying it's over as well, you know? I mean, like, again, it's tradition. You leave your boots in the ring. Now, Cena didn't wrestle in boots, so he left his shoes in the ring. And so him making his way down, and then just, you know, what do you say in that moment? What are the words? In that moment, your whole career has just come to an end. You are literally standing in front of 19,000 people in your socks, right? And jorts. And you turn to the camera after the run he has had as a true GOAT. What do you say? And those words were very simple words, but they were great. They were great. They did what they needed to do. And so for me, this is why I always think, like, if you're going to rate a show, you're rating it because of how much you enjoyed it, but, you know, it's historical meaning and, you know, all this kind of stuff. Like, basically, in the future, people are going to want to know, is that a show that's worth watching? Should I waste my time on that? You know, I've got like 1,000 shows to watch. Is that one worth watching? And so, you know, I think for me, you're scoring the quality of the work, but you're also scoring the moments and the magnitude. And, you know, this is why OMG moments are important on shows, because the show itself can be okay. But if you get something that's truly, oh my God, significant, well, that's going to increase your score, right? That's going to increase your score, I would imagine. Right? It increases mine. So, you know, we might have had mid-match, but then you get like this bombshell go off that like changes the direction of the company. You know, that then boosts people's score by a whole point, maybe more than that, right? Quite often I'll be like, yeah, this happened. I was at a 5. I've ended on a 6.5. I get that all the time in the opinion videos. If something really big happens, show was pretty mid, but man, that moment saved it. So for me, I sort of look at the shoes being left in the ring. I sort of look at it being Cena's final match. I sort of look at the controversy around the finish. I look at that him in his socks. I look at the words that of him saying, and I kind of look at all of that and go, it's not often I get teary eyed. It's not often that I feel it, right? It's not often that it like hits me that hard. That has to be reflected in the score. It has to. And, I think if I said to you as well, there's a guy that was like the face of the company. He's one of the most recognizable wrestlers in the world. He ends his career, his 20-odd year career, right? 25-year career, whatever. Walks up the entranceway in his socks, having left his shoes in the ring. He turns to the camera and he says something to the camera. You would rightfully go, what did he say? And I'd be like, you should probably watch the show. You should probably watch the show. Does that make you want to watch the show? Yes, it does. I'd like to know what he said, please. It's like, well, watch the show then. So for me, yeah, I thought that it was a really fun Saturday night. I thought it was a really... I'm positive about it, honestly. I enjoyed the show. And there's something quite fun as well about the controversy. There's something quite fun about looking around at the landscape and seeing like all these big arguments kicking off and everyone having their say and the wrestling world being alive and vibrant. You cannot say that the pro wrestling world was dead, bored, quiet over the last 48 hours. It was alive. It was vibrant. It was passionate. There's something about that you go, oh, that's good. That's good. I feel like what we spend our time watching, we give so many hours to this. And I feel like what we watch the past 48 hours told me it matters. It matters. It really matters. People are really passionate about what went down. People are angry or they are related. One or the other. There are people in the middle that are like, meh. But it mattered. It mattered. And there is something really great about that. There is something really great about like knowing that we're not just wasting our time watching a pointless show. On a Monday and a Tuesday and a Friday and most Saturdays. It mattered to people. People were really engaged. They had a lot they wanted to get off their chests. And I thought that was great as well. That was a big fallout from that show. So, yeah, and it was on the BBC homepage as well. John Cena retires was one of the little panels they had. And it's very, very rare for anything wrestling. Last time I saw anything wrestling related on the BBC homepage was Hulk Hogan passing away. So John Cena ends his wrestling career was on the BBC website homepage. So that was pretty cool as well, to be honest. Right, mate. Days with AJ, Jericho, Brock, Edge, all potentially retiring. Do we think about any of them, or couldn't we care less? Do I care about any of them? Well, I care about them. I think they've had great careers. Brock, I've got an uncomfortable relationship with Brock. I just don't know what's happened there. And, I've not changed my tune on that, honestly. If Brock had not come back, that would not have bothered me. I was not a fan of his match with Cena. I'm just not bothered. For me, I don't know what's happened there. There's an air of kind of, I don't feel comfortable with it. Yeah, but we've spoke about that quite a few times. So if Brock's hanging it up in 2026 and he feels like now's the right time to do that, okay. Jericho coming back, I'm actually quite excited for, which I didn't know if I would be, because honestly in AEW, I was just not impressed with what I was seeing. But I sort of feel like maybe he had a bit too much creative freedom. Maybe we've got some like exciting matches that we can have. I enjoyed the whole list thing that he did. I'm not sure he goes back to that, but I'm sure he could reference it. Plus, also, he's got history with people like, say, Kevin Owens and whatnot that, you know, you can always just have a bit of fun with. I'm quite excited to see how it goes. So, no, Jericho I definitely care for. AJ, the way I feel about AJ is I know he says he's done and his career is done, right? But I look at his match with John Cena and I'm like, that was awesome. So I think genuinely what I would do is I would not have him as a tag champ. I think I would treat him as an attraction. I think what I would do is I would put him in some big matches and sort of retirement tour type thing, but not where he goes around and, you know, does a proper retirement tour, but where I am just setting him up, not so much in feuds, but just in great matches. You know, AJ Styles for me is one of the best in-ring performers that wrestling has ever seen. Like, honestly, AJ Styles, if you're going to talk about the best wrestlers that WWE has ever seen, like from bell to bell, AJ Styles gets mentioned. And I think John Cena actually said AJ was the best he ever was in the ring with. And he said, Shawn Michaels is going to hate me for that. So even John Cena has named AJ as the best. So I sort of feel like, let's have him go out with dignity. Let's have him go out doing what he should be remembered for, which is putting on bangers. I mean, that match with John this year has definitely added to AJ's legacy, yeah? He was able to give John Cena one of John Cena's best matches this year. And it was one of the best matches this year, full stop. And so I would be looking at that. I'd be like, how about we do AJ Gunther? How about we do AJ Elia? How about we do AJ Sammy? You know, let's put him in there with people that can work. Let's put him in there with people that can get a good tune out of him and he can get a good tune out of them. And let's try and build to a retirement. If we can get him to say, I don't know, I think Brock retires at SummerSlam. So you don't want to do a retirement for AJ there as well, because that's too many retirements on the same show. I don't know, man. Can he get past WrestleMania? Can he get past WrestleMania? We might not even have that much time, to be honest. You might do a few matches and then just some sort of build towards a final retirement at Mania. Don't know. Don't know where his head's at. But yeah, no, I mean, I care about AJ in the regard of we are at the end. So let's make sure we end this the right way. That's my feelings for AJ. My feelings for Brock, you know, whatever. Him Gunther, I think that's the match we should do. Him retiring at SummerSlam, yeah, okay. And that'll be whatever that is. Jericho, I'm looking forward to coming back. I don't know what we get out of him, but I'm looking forward to seeing it. And I don't remember the other one you mentioned. Was there another one? What was the other? Edge. Well, Edge is AEW. Edge is out of WWE now, so that's not something that's on my radar. I like Edge. You know, it was great for him when he came back, but and I feel a bit sorry for Edge because he went to AEW because WWE wouldn't give him a full-time contract, and Edge wanted full-time. So, you know, I feel sorry for him in a way. I sort of feel like he was a little bit forced out. I think if, you know, we should have found a way of keeping him in WWE. So I'll probably have a little glance at that retirement. I had a glance at Sting's. I'll have a little glance at Edge's. Yeah, I got respect for Edge. It'd be moody not to, wouldn't it, to be honest? After everything he's given, like, the wrestling world. So I'll have a little glance at Edge's whenever that happens. I wish him nothing but the best. Cameron said Styles has said the reason is that the higher WWE stars would want a match in TNA if he was allowed to wrestle there. He said it on a podcast, says Cameron. Cameron, thank you, buds. Well, I can only repeat what I said. I really hope that he gets that. I think he deserves it. And if the stars want to go to WWE and say, well, I'd like to do it, WWE can go, no. I mean, they do have the ability to do that. The AJ was allowed. Yeah, AJ's retiring. And AJ's one of TNA's biggest stars. You're not. Go away. Yeah. I'll have that. If anyone from WWE is there and you would like me to speak to the superstars to tell them no problem. Absolutely no problem. Yeah. Tell AJ he can go to TNA and let him do that. And then if any of the other superstars want to have a moan about it, I'll do it. I'm quite happy. I would be quite happy in talent relations, to be honest with you. Like, I'd be quite happy having conversations with wrestlers where you have to tell them no, right? Because I think that it's actually really selfish of wrestlers to do that. You know, AJ Styles is like a TNA GOAT. AJ Styles is someone that really deserves to go back to TNA. He's someone that kind of embodies TNA in many ways. And so for him to go back in his retirement year, I think that's something we would all really like to see. And so, you know, if it is a case that the reason that they're not doing it is because of the fact that others will then want to go, well, it's easily solved, isn't it? You just say no. No, because you're not the embodiment of TNA like AJ is, and you're not retiring either. Get out my office. Stop wasting my time, right? I mean, if someone like LA Knight was to come in who spent time there, you know, you'd maybe be a little bit more gentle. You'd be like, well, listen, come back to me when you're retiring, yeah? I'll run it up the chain, but right now it's not something we need to consider, yeah? You're not going there, and you're not retiring, so we don't even need to have this conversation, right? That would be my response to anyone that would be coming in, so I think that's easily solved. Is my answer to that. You're getting paid to do what we want you to do, and we don't want you to go to TNA. There's the door. Yeah. Yeah. I think catering is calling. I might not say that. But Cameron, thank you, bud. Thank you. I appreciate it. Where are we? We've got half an hour to go. Delwyn said, Daze, when are you going to read the Q&A for us about 2025? When am I going to read the Q&A? I don't know what you mean. Delwyn, what do you mean, buds? What Q&A? When am I going to read it? Do you mean when am I going to ask an opinions video about it? To be honest, I don't like doing that. If that's what you mean, I wouldn't want to do that until 2025 was like totally done. I mean, there are the questions that I'm asking. They are even some of them I was like, oh, is this the right time to do it? But like I asked what's the best feud, and what's the with like 2 weeks to go, I don't think there's going to be feuds that are going to become the best feud of the year, you know, or the worst feud of the year within 2 weeks, you know. And I can't remember the other bits that I asked, but I was like trying to make sure that it was nothing that would, you know, I think one of them was like, what's the funniest moment? Maybe, you know, there might be a funny moment that happens in the next 2 weeks. I'm taking a bit of a chance on that one. But to be honest, I don't really want to do like a proper video on it until the year is completely done. So, yeah, if that's what you mean. Right, Brony said, I think we're going to have moments in the future where Cena will cut promos against WWE stars, but obviously I don't think he'll wrestle. He's going to be around when he can, though. Telford said, over the weekend, Cody started a brawl at Drew McIntyre's home whilst Drew was meeting with SmackDown GM Nick Aldis. Did he? I have not seen this. Edward Daze, thanks for doing that stream on Saturday. I couldn't have shared that with anyone better. You're true goats. Thanks for reposting my reaction. Edward, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, Edward shared his reaction. Obviously, Edward, a lifelong John Cena fan, and has always said Cena's his number one. And I believe it as well. And Edward shared his reaction, and actually a few people shared their reactions. There was so much stuff that I got sent. This is what I was saying. It was so good over the past 48 hours because there was so much energy. It was so vibrant. There was so much excitement. Like what went down on Saturday, it mattered. And, that's not even up for debate. So, yeah, I kind of got swamped a little bit. The Unseen ended up getting posted very late. I would have liked that to have got out a little bit earlier than it did, but just trying to get through my notifications is not easy at the best of times. It was probably double what it normally is. So I kind of drowned a little bit, to be honest with you, in everything I was sent. But I was able to kind of move things, around and get things shared on the community page and whatnot. So, yeah, I'm pleased that we were able to share that with people. So if you go to the community page on X, because there is a Wrestling Daze on X, there's a Wrestling Daze Clips account where I just put the little reaction things. There's a live one that you don't need to follow, right? That is literally my way of just letting people know that we're live. But it just hits like hashtags, really. It's like anyone that doesn't follow us might discover us that way. So that is... I only tend to use that for bigger shows, to be honest. I don't really put anything out for Raw or SmackDown on that. So that's the second one. I got my main one, which is where you can get me. Wrestling Daze YT. At Wrestling Daze YT. That's the main one. And then there is a community one. So I think I'm right in saying there are 4 clips live, my main one, and then the community one. So yeah, there's kind of lots going on amongst all of those. But again, you don't need to follow that live one. You can forget about that. I just use that as a way of just letting people know we're live. And it's just good to just get that into like the Saturday Night's Main Event hashtag and the WWE hashtag. It's not something you guys need to worry about. So the clips, the community, and the main one, I think are pretty good follows, if I do say so myself. So yeah, Edward, shout out to you. James said, did you see that JD Madonna underwent surgery? I did, yeah. I did. I was really shocked at that. There was an image, wasn't there, doing the rounds earlier today. He was like, BRB, be right back. Don't worry about me. It's nothing serious. So, yeah, he is definitely someone that is still not quite out of the woods at the moment. Looks like he's got to have a little bit of work done. It's funny, actually, because Damian Priest has also come out and said that he has also had injuries that he's been dealing with, and he is also like been told just to tone it down in 2025 due to some of these niggling injuries. It's really interesting, isn't it? Sometimes we talk about how people don't feel like they're really delivering or really killing it, but sometimes it can be because there are these niggles, there are these issues, there are, John Cena even said he did every trick in the book that he could think of just to get through this year. Whatever little tricks he had up his sleeve, he did it so that he could get through matches and get through the year. Really interesting. Really interesting. So we don't really think about that. We just tend to look at the matches and just judge them as if everyone's 100%, but rarely are people 100%. Humpty said, I think we'll be able to count on Cena for massive pops and surprises, maybe even more than The Rock or Batista, says Humpty. Humble Rumble said, Randy in Saudi getting ready for the Rumble. I don't know that he's getting ready for the Rumble. He's doing Beast Games. I don't know. It's some sort of Mr. Beast experience. And somehow WWE have sent like Liv Morgan and Randy Orton and some others, maybe Chelsea Green. Can't quite remember the names. But they've been sent. Omos, I think, was one. So he's over there. Who sent Randy to Saudi Arabia the same weekend as John Cena retiring? Like, that has to be a question that gets asked. It just doesn't make sense, does it? That, to me, does not make sense. Like, if there should have been someone in the ring to shake John's hand, it should have been Randy Orton. So I think that was a miss, to be honest with you. That was frustrating. But, it is what it is. First 48 Gaming said, wasn't a can of Cena was peeved. They insulted our intelligence. Cena told us he didn't get to go out on his terms. They're trying to say he did, says First 48 Gaming. A fan of Cena was peeved. They insulted our intelligence. Oh, wasn't a fan of Cena. They told us he didn't get to go out on his terms. And they're trying to say he did. I don't know that he didn't go out on his terms. I don't know where that's been reported. I haven't heard that Cena was not involved in the finish. So if you've seen an article on that, then yeah, feel free to tag me in that, because I've not seen that. I've not seen anywhere it reported that John didn't have input in the finish of that match. Daze, I just tweeted you about Cody Drew. Okay. So is this something that's coming through, is it? Oh, okay. 32 minutes ago. So here. Over the weekend, Cody started a brawl. Okay. This is going to be shown on TV, isn't it? All right. Okay. I don't want to show anymore because there ain't no way that footage ain't being shown. There is no way that does not get shown on TV. So that'll definitely be on Raw tonight. And then as a result, this will get, it'll get flagged and whatever. So probably shouldn't have shown what I showed, to be honest. But there we go. Cody going rounds. Looks like Nick Aldis was doing a bit of a sit-down chat with Drew. And then Cody came round and they were fighting. And I'm here for that. Listen, I haven't, obviously I've only seen what I just showed you. So I've not, not seen the full thing. But I am here for them doing some stuff outside the ring. I'm glad that has been identified as something that is missing. I'm glad that they've identified that just matches and promos, like, we need some more than that. So I'm totally here for that. I applaud that. I think hopefully that's a glimpse into, where we're going. Triple H said this is a new era. And if that's part of the new era, I'm here for it. I applaud it. Corey said, that spot with Cody going around Drew's house is great booking, in my opinion. Nice to see a video. I can see the questions for Wrestle Feuds. Yes, they're up. They're people are leaving their feedback on them. If you go over to that thing and you click on it, you'll get asked some questions. And I can just quickly read them out whilst we've just got a second. It reminds me as well, actually, that... Dead Kirby, thank you, my friend. I'll jump to that in a second. So these are the questions on the Wrestle Feud thing. I've got a couple of things I need to just quickly do. Funniest WWE moment of the year. Best promo of the year. Best men's feuds of the year. Best women's feuds of the year. What do people most want for Christmas that's WWE related? And what's the worst catchphrase in WWE history? Okay. So those are the 6 questions that I'm looking for answers on. I can tell you that we've received over 30 responses, which is good, but we definitely need to try and get that closer to 100 because, all the other ones have been over 100. So we're over 30. We definitely need a little boost there. So if you are interested in answering that and giving your thoughts on that, then click on the form and you can answer those questions. Right, Dead Kirby, shout out to you, buds. Let's go down. Dead Kirby said, hot take. Okay. NXT should be marketed as a large budget indie brand instead of developmental. Bring up the Evolve card. Bring in some overseas acts, and it would be gold. Okay. That moves it into a space that I don't know we've particularly got a need for. That's the only thing I'm thinking, right? So the debate has always been about NXT. Is it a third brand or is it a third brand, or is it developmental? Okay, that's always been the debate. I feel like you're moving it into a third space that has not been spoken about. And the reason why I say that is because I think with developmental, we know that the people are learning and they're, kind of developing, right? We sort of have a bit of forgiveness that, they're not quite worked it out yet, right? We're seeing people getting TV time for the first time. So I would say if that's not going to be your developmental, that means you need a developmental, right? So you're taking it and making it like an indie promotion. So that means we need a new developmental. Maybe Evolve becomes the new developmental, right? That's fine. You can do that. But we're saying it's not developmental anymore, right? It is like a brand, okay? But it's interesting because you're saying it's not Raw or SmackDown. So that would say to me that it doesn't have a legitimate world championship. If John Cena at WrestleMania had won the World Heavyweight title, he would have been a 17-time champ. That's the Raw championship. If he'd have won the WWE championship, he would have been a 17-time champion. That's the SmackDown championship. If he'd have won the NXT belt, he would still be a 16-time champion. And I feel like if you want to position NXT as just like an indie brand, then you are probably not going to give it a world championship, right? So that to me would say that it goes into this weird void that I don't know that we have particularly a need for, where it's not equal to Raw and SmackDown. It is a level below, but it's also not developmental. It kind of is in this weird middle space. And I don't know what purpose that serves. That would be my pushback. I mean, if you want to make it a third brand with a legitimate world title and any talent, Roman could go to NXT. Yeah, it's a legitimate third brand that stands alongside Raw and SmackDown. Cody can be on it. Brock can be on it. You probably would want to move it out of Performance Center and start touring it around as a third brand in arenas. Then, it goes on that level. If you want to keep it developmental, it stays at that level. It is developmental right now, yeah? It's sold, but the money it makes is nothing compared to, I think they get like 300 odd million a year for Raw. They get like 27 million for NXT. I mean, they've made it a brand. It's not just matches and there's no stories. I mean, they've made it a brand with its own roster. So it is a brand, but it's the developmental brand. Just like how FCW had a roster and had storylines. That was just like OVW. I mean, Jim Cornette was booking OVW to be a brand with characters, So, that was all developmental as well. So just because it's a brand with stories and its own roster, that doesn't mean that it's not developmental. I think that's a bit of a myth, right? So at the moment, it's developmental. The developmental is on TV, and it gets 20 odd million a year money from CW Network. Well below Raw, well below SmackDown. You get called up to Raw and SmackDown. Is Oba ready to get called up? If people go down, that is seen as a demotion. When Baron Corbin went down, that was a demotion. When Ridge Holland went down, it was seen as a demotion, right? It's hard to see it any other way. Unless you're going there to help out for a few weeks and then you go straight back again. If you go down and you're permanently down, hard to not see it as a demotion, honestly. And actually, they did take money away from Ridge Holland when he went down to NXT. So it's really hard if they haven't got a legitimate world championship. They're performing in front of a few hundred people. It's seen as being demoted and you lose money if you go down to it. We talk about people being called up from it. It's really hard for it to not be seen as a developmental brand, right? Developmental. NXT. Raw and SmackDown. Taking it into a weird space of like an indie promotion where it's no longer developmental, but it doesn't sit on the top level. I don't know what that does. I don't know what that achieves. I don't know what that's doing. Are we saying there is a need for that somewhere? Maybe if you are someone that's struggling like Ridge, like Baron Corbin, maybe if you're really good like Ober, Trick, and you're done with developmental, perhaps there could be another level to go to. Do we need it? What does it achieve? I mean, it's another brand that you would probably tour, and I don't know. I feel like you're putting another level in, but I'm really struggling to see what the need is. I'm really struggling to see what the point of it would be. I mean, right now you get called up from NXT to the main roster. There is a bit of a frustration. It takes a long time, so it would solve that. I don't see that as a big issue that we need a new brand for. And the reverse is that you can get demoted from the main roster to NXT, and maybe there could be a brand in between that you go to. Again, is there a need for that? Are you going to have enough talent around to warrant it? Don't know. I don't hate it. I'm not like dead against it. I'm just trying to wrap my head around, is there a need for it? That's the thing that I'm really trying to answer. Is there a real need for that? You can make Evolve developmental. That's fine. That's fine. You can do it in the Performance Center. Just change it, call it Evolve. Or you could keep NXT as NXT, take Evolve and make it that indie promotion. So at the moment, Evolve sits there, just move it to there and just change the roster, have people come down. Maybe Ivy Nile hasn't worked out. Maybe Zoe Starks hasn't worked out. You bring them down. Oba goes in. JC Jane goes in. But I don't know if you're just introducing a level for the sake of introducing a level that doesn't really need to exist. I don't know. It's an interesting one. Dead Kirby, it'd be interesting to see you flesh that out as to what's the need, what's the purpose, what does it serve. I think there is something in the NXT talent that's ready, needing somewhere to go. And I think there's something in that talent that's not being used, having somewhere to go. So I see something in there, but I don't know that the need is great enough for a brand to sit between the two. That would be kind of what I would come back with. I think it's really interesting, though. I think that is genuinely the first time I have heard someone propose something for NXT other than it being developmental or a legitimate third brand. So I think that's quite interesting. And I would imagine you've got a few people talking and thinking on that one as well. Joseph said NXT is totally developmental. Main roster needs a backup. Triple H's bestie Shawn Michaels' job is to get the wrestlers ready when needed. I see NXT like college football in the US. Yeah, I don't. I mean, it's a brand. It is a brand, but no one can say it's a brand that's equal to Raw and SmackDown. You are not a world champion if Obafemi is not a world champion. Obafemi's world championship reign is at 0. He's won that NXT belt a couple of times. He's not currently like a 2-time world champ starting to catch up John Cena. So that belt does not carry the same weight as the ones on Raw and SmackDown. Same with the women's title as well. And, they perform in front of a few hundred people, which is no problem. But, I would say that is another pretty big point of difference. They don't travel around. They're not going globally. They don't even come to the UK anymore. So, I mean, they're not serving, at the global fan base other than the TV product, like you tune in and watch it. And as we said, when you come down, it's seen as a demotion. You wait to get called up to the bigger shows. So it's going to be a really hard argument to make it out that it is like a third legitimate brand that can stand alongside Raw and SmackDown. It is developmental. It is where people learn and get ready to get called up. So, yeah, I think, but it works. There's just, you know, maybe a couple of things that, like, we identified, like we said, that I could see you might be able to do something else with. But I don't know if that's, like, a big enough problem to warrant a brand sitting in between, which is, for me, what an independent brand would do. Because an independent brand makes you think, like, I don't know. I don't even know if that independent brand, I mean, I'm guessing it would be on TV, but it would not sit alongside Raw and SmackDown. It wouldn't have a legitimate world champion. So, yeah, interesting. Not a theory I've ever heard before. And the other thing I wanted to do, so appreciate it. It gave us something to, I always like something to chew over. So, Dead Kirby did say it was a hot take. I also want to give a big congratulations to our Hall of Fame inductee. We said we were going to announce it on the Raw stream, and I got to tell you, this person has absolutely run away with it. So here is our Community Hall of Fame. So we always put someone in the Hall of Fame every single month. Actually, for December, we're going to be putting in 2 people. 2 people need to go into the Hall of Fame for December. So if you did just miss out, there's a great chance you might make it next time. If you didn't get nominated, there's a great chance you could get nominated and find your way going into the Hall of Fame for December. But a big congratulations to Muggsy. I can tell you that Muggsy is the November Hall of Fame inductee. We've actually got here, look, the list of everyone that we put one in a month, and we've been doing this for a long time. But these are all the people that have gone into the Hall of Fame. And so Muggsy now will go and join these people. The way that it works, I say to the members, look, members only. Hi, guys, it's that time again. Nominate who you would like to see go in. So all the members we have on the channel, they nominate a name. And then what I do is I take the 4 that get the most nominations. They then go into the poll and everyone votes on this. So we had coming up to 500 votes, which is more than flipping Saturday night's main event got on Cage Match. Who goes into our Hall of Fame gets more feedback than Cage Match does. So this is a big honor. So there we go. Well done to Bones and Lisa and Mosey and Muggsy. Well done to you guys. Fantastic to just even get nominated with so many people that join us. You know, so great to just, what an honor to just even be mentioned, to even be nominated. But yeah, so people are always like, how do I get nominated? You've just got to stand out in the chat, you know. Everyone that's got their name in green, they're the members. And so they're the ones that will end up voting. And so it's open to everyone. Anyone can be nominated and anyone can make it onto the poll. So it's just a case of, you know, do you join us on a regular basis? Do you comment? You know, are your comments like thought-provoking? Are your theories and stuff like interesting? Do the comments you make like make sense? Are you a good positive force in the community? You know, I mean, that's the kind of stuff, isn't it? That's the kind of stuff that's going to get you noticed, and that's the kind of stuff that's then going to result in nominations. It's great. Yeah, brilliant. So very well done. Very well done to Muggsy. I can tell you that Muggsy absolutely dominated the nominations as well. So, yeah, Muggsy, a very, very popular person in our community, and really pleased that Muggsy is going into that Hall of Fame, standing alongside the greats. So, very, very good. So, yeah, Muggsy, if you are around, buds, send me a picture. I've updated the thing. I think it looks a little better, actually. It's not as big. I think it might be a little more impactful. I'm not sure. It kind of works better, that being the same size as at the bottom. It's brought a degree of symmetry, which I really like. So I actually spent quite a bit of time on that yesterday, making sure that got updated, because I think you all know I had drama with it. All the graphics got deleted, so this took like 3 hours. I'm not even joking. I had to basically just start from scratch. So, yeah. So I like it, though. I think it works a bit better. There is a spot, actually, for November, because I knew we were going to be announcing the November one. So, Muggsy, send me your graphic. You can feel free to send in a little speech as well, as you've seen us play before. Right, yeah, Mosey, congrats, Bird, as well, for the nomination. Very, very cool. Right, I saw some coming in. Right, here's TJF, says, congratulations, Muggsy. Hall of Fame, you deserve it. DWO for life. Joe, shout out to you, buds, said, I get the LA Knight treatment. I'll never get in. Oh, I'm sure you will, Joe. It's there's a lot of great people. I mean, the thing is, our community is really big. You know, I mean, we're so fortunate to have so many people join us on a regular basis. I mean, I can think of an easy 30 plus names just off the top of my head that I'd be like, for various reasons, like they deserve to go in. So, you know, if I sat down and thought about it, God only knows how many names I could come up with that I think would like deserve to go in. So it is special. It is obviously just once a month. So there's, you know, I mean, there's always people that deserve to go in, but that, you know, so many that haven't yet. But I like the fact it's special. We could, you know, we could start putting 2 in a month and all that sort of stuff. But I think this works. I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it kind of a situation. So, but as we said, we do put 2 in for December as a little bit of a bonus because of it being Christmas and the holidays. So, and the end of the year and whatever. So we do put 2 in December. We did it last year. We'll do it again this year as well. Grand Prairie Cobra said, I'm going to repeat, Gunther should have won with cheating, says Grand Prairie Cobra. Grand Prairie Cobra, thank you, buds. That's what Grand Prairie Cobra would have done. Right, mates. The time for talking is actually just beginning now because the show is beginning. So we are going to get our teeth into whatever they're going to serve for us. And hopefully this new era is going to deliver some good stuff. Okay, Saturday night's main event. Last Saturday. Oh, it's so amazing, isn't it, how wrestling just doesn't stop. It's so amazing how wrestling just keeps going. I mean, we were only here 48 hours ago. We then had a breather yesterday where I think we all tried to recover after the emotion of Saturday night. And I felt that. I really felt that. I really felt like I'd been through it Saturday night. I really felt like, you know, we'd witnessed something truly, truly significant. And yeah, Sunday I was pretty battered, honestly. Kind of woke up. I genuinely had a headache. Genuinely had a headache. I'm not even joking. I had to have a Lemsip. Like, I genuinely had a headache yesterday. And I don't know if it was because of everything or whatever, but I was just like, oh. I feel fine now, but yeah, it was good to have that breather yesterday. And now here we are back again. You know, watching the fallout for all of this. I tell you what, if you need a little breather in life, if you need something to distract you, if you need to step away from the wrestling is so good for that. So good. James said, Daze, we were only saying last week that we wanted and needed like some sort of home invasion segment. And now we've got one. Coincidence? Well, if anyone from WWE Creative is watching this, I still want to punch you in the face. Even if you are starting to do some stuff that we were hoping for. Honestly. There's still a few slaps that I need to dish out after what you've done this year. But, okay. Yeah. We see you. I'm good with a home invasion angle. I'm quite excited to see it, actually, because I haven't seen it. I mean, just skimmed through it, like, so I'm quite interested to see how it all plays. And as you said, I'm 99.999% certain they're going to be showing it during Raw at some point. Okay, how are they going to present this? Look, there's the smile. And I think they're presenting it that he is reflecting back on the career. John Cena with the smile on his face. And in that moment, we've got all the images. That's interesting, isn't it? That professional wrestling destroys sports entertainment feels like something they're going to try and... It's weird how they're presenting professional wrestling as the heel. We must really hate AEW. Because I heard that's where the best wrestle. And apparently professional wrestling is a heel. Professional wrestling is something we should be really down on, apparently. I thought we loved wrestling. Isn't it in their name? Isn't it World Wrestling Entertainment? I think they like wrestling, don't they? Are we watching a wrestling company that hates wrestling? To be honest, that has long been the accusation that this is a wrestling company that hates wrestling. But we do have professional wrestling right now being presented as the heel. Oh, so good. That ending, man. That's the big takeaway for me. Watching grown-ass men cry over wrestling, it makes me happy, says James. Well, the irony, James, is that you've actually used the crying laughing face emoji, which means you're crying right now. Ironic. Okay, they're going to start with Gunther, aren't they? Yeah, they are starting with Gunther. Everyone's waited to hear the reaction he was going to receive. And of course, it's immediate boos. There were... Oh, there he is, like, with his arms out. Look at the smile on his face. Here I am. Here I am. Yeah? Do you remember me? Do you remember me? Do you remember when I did that? Hey? Do you remember when I made your hero do that? You should do that as he's coming down. Do you remember that? The ring general making his way down to the ring. We've said before, however you feel about that finish, love it or hate it, it was designed to get nuclear heat on this man. And whether that's been achieved or not, I mean, I feel like it has. I feel like Triple H has got a lot of heat as a result as well, though. But Gunther coming out, soaking in the admiration. Sign in the crowd says Triple H sucks. Sign in the crowd says Triple H sucks. Honestly, it's not just Gunther that's getting the nuclear heat. Some of that is finding its way to Triple H. We all know how the wrestling world works in 2025. There is an FU Gunther sign in the crowd as well, though. But I do love the fact that he is not hiding from this whatsoever. Look at that smile on his face. Look at that smile. Yeah, man. This is going to be good. This is going to be good. Sign in the crowd said, this is my first wrestling event. What is the ring general going to say? Feel like I'm watching something here. Feel like I'm watching something pretty interesting. Gunther coming out, following retiring John. Feels like you're watching something. Loud boos. Crowd still booing away for Gunther. He goes over to the corner. He's gesturing out to the crowds. You suck. You suck. Yeah, Triple H will be loving this. He's got all the power, says Raya. Triple H will be loving this. Any negativity towards Gunther is mission accomplished. Can't ignore that Triple H suck sign. You tapped out, Chance. Gunther's like, sorry, you're saying I tapped out. You're saying I tapped out. He should be like, sorry, I'm not John Cena. You're confusing me with John Cena. Honestly, this warms his heart. As a heel, this is like Christmas. People are booing away. Daze, this is like Roman on Raw after Mania levels. Yeah, when he beat Taker. That was crazy. I think the Roman one might have been worse than this, actually. But this is goods. This is goods. I did what I said I would do. I did what I said I would do. I made John Cena give up. And when he gave up, he tapped out like a little... Oh, mate, honestly. The salt in the wounds there. Oh. Oh. Mate, I hope he's got a stab-proof vest on. I hope he's got a stab-proof vest. Listen. This was the whole reason why they did what they did. Yes. It's done. Capitalize on it. Take it. Make the most of it. It's happened. Don't waste it. That is exactly what Gunther is doing. That is exactly what Gunther is doing. You suck. Gunther left the ring, but he came back because he wants more. He loves it. He loves it. He's come back. He came back just to get a few more boos. Just to drink a few more tears. I made him tap out like a little... He's going back again! He's going back again! Oh my God, he loves it! He's having the time of his life! He's going back again! What else is he going to say? Oh, what's he going to do? Mark Stew. Mark Stew. Take out Stu, the cameraman. Gunther back on the commentary table. Come on! I made John Cena tap out like a little... Mate, that came from the soul. That came from the soul. My time now. My boss thinks I'm at my granny's funeral, says that. My boss thinks I'm at my granny's funeral. I will forever be the man that made John Cena give up. Do you know what? If I was Gunther, I'd have got on that table and said, I exposed John Cena as the liar that he is. He told you he would never give up. Well, you can rewatch Saturday night's main event as many times as you want. I exposed John Cena as a fraud. Lay it in. It happened. Let's use it. Let's use it. I hope every time you look at your John Cena shirts and you see that never give up, you just remember the fraud that he was. Ooh, let's go. Gunther in the backstage area. We're following him all the way to the back. Kira Tozawa, Otis. Yeah, I do. I bet you feel really good rubbing people's faces into it. Yeah, do you? Oh, he runs into R-Truth. I bet he's got a few words. You're a piece of... I think he could have gone a little bit stronger there. Yeah, not bothered, mate. I like this, though. Okay, here's Adam Pearce. Yeah. Fiery words from Adam Pearce. You're done. Yeah, I think he got what he wanted, to be honest. I think he got what he wanted. Gunther heading to the exit. Steps outside. I wondered if anyone was going to, like, jump him or something. There's a car. Someone's waiting. AJ Styles is waiting. Mates, give me this match. Has AJ cut the brakes or something? Safe journey home, Gunther. Okay, Gunther's going to have a final word here. Hey, Jay. Well, we're definitely teasing something there, aren't we, between AJ and Gunther? And I am here for that. Here for that. I love Gunther, says Brony. You're not meant to love Gunther. No one love Gunther, please. Excuse me. Please, no one's allowed to love Gunther. That's not the point of what's happened. That was funny, said Jace. Alan might be next on the Gunther retirement list, says Robbie. No one can stop the Ring General. Okay, so I think we're done with Gunther for tonight. I think that is... Yeah, let's get into the rest of tonight. I don't expect to see Gunther again, of course, but AJ being out there, I mean, that was great. I just feel like what we just got in this open is, like, already miles better than what we've been getting. Do you know what I mean? We just had, like, a really Gunther having a lot of fun, then interacting. Like, it's always great to see the wrestlers interacting with each other backstage. Joe said it was a perfect time for a Jericho comeback. What? To interrupt him then? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I think they just want to keep that heat stewing, though, don't they? They want that to... They don't want to kind of take away from that at the moment. So I think that they're quite focused on that. Here's CM Punk. Okay, yeah, we got Usos New Day tonight, which I'm genuinely looking forward to. I think that should be really fun. Really looking forward to that. Right, Usos New Day looks like it's next, says Brony. Oh, here for that. Definitely here for that. I'm ready for Dom level heats for Gunther. Okay, let's go. Bang down. Richard said, Daze, I saw the video of Drew Cody. Have you seen it? I think he should be suspended. Cody should get stripped to the title. Do you agree? I don't think Cody should be stripped of the title. I've not seen the video. I just know of it, and I kind of skimmed through it. So they'll definitely show it on the show. But no, I don't think Cody should be stripped. I mean, he had his match interrupted on Saturday night's main event by, Drew. So if he wants to go round and get back at Drew, tit for tat, isn't it, really? Joe said, perfect time for Jericho comeback. I think you could have done it. I think they just want to keep, that heat strong. Have him come out, say, the worst things you could possibly think of. And really make sure that heat is cemented. Daze, you're doing boxing on... Daze, are you doing boxing on Friday as well as SmackDown? It's going to be one-sided, but it should be good. I don't know, is my honest answer. I mean, yes, I am obviously going to be watching it. How I'm going to package it, I don't know. I mean, we've got to do SmackDown because we're a wrestling channel, so we've got to do SmackDown. How I get through that, I don't know. Because anyone joining us for the boxing, if I put it as a boxing stream, I'm going to be interested in us talking about SmackDown. But then equally, there's going to be plenty of people that want to talk SmackDown that have got no interest in Jake Paul boxing. So, I don't know. Those two being on at the same time is a genuine headache. I feel like I'm just going to have to do the best I can. So, yeah, what that looks like, I'm not sure yet. Liam said, Daze, how are you? That was perfect. That's all they need to do with Gunther. Just build that heat even more. He doesn't need a match for a couple of weeks or even before the next PLE. Just keep the heat, says Liam. Okay. Benny said, does Gunther have potential to pass Iron Sheik or even Daze levels of heat? Oh, he's got to go some way to beat me, I think. But I don't know. It was a different time, to be honest. I mean, people hated the Iron Sheik because he would come in and brag about Iraq and, back then, kayfabe and all that stuff. I mean, we just know now why things have happened and we know about behind the scenes. And to be honest, there's a lot of heat that's not gone to Gunther. It's gone to Triple H. So, and there's a lot of people that liked it that are like, that is what we should have done. That was the right way to go about it. So they haven't really got heat. So, I don't know. It's going to be hard to kind of get some of that heat that the heels enjoyed back in the day. But all you can say is that by today's standards, what we just saw was very good. Here's Becky. She said, let me get this straight. You win your match legitimately, and then you get sent home. But if you win your match illegally, like let's say outside interference, not only do you not get punished, but you get rewarded. Sad. What has Monday Night Raw become? She's got a point, hasn't she, to be honest? It's another heel that's got a point. Triple H making these heels, come out with stuff that you can really relate to and really understand. I mean, she's right. Maxine won because of outside interference. And, you know, she's just now being treated as the champ. No repercussions. Gunther wins and, you know, he's being told you got to go back home. Okay, here comes New Day. Usos were about to make their way down to do the repeat thing. But New Day are interrupting. Here comes Xavier. Here comes Kofi. Here comes Grayson. Daze, the storyline they seem to be building is Gunther is maybe like some sort of legend killer. He retired Goldberg and Cena. With AJ and Brock rumored to retire, Gunther could be the biggest heel, says Sean. CJ said, who's booking this? That might have been the worst opening ever. Gunther says like 5 words, walks out, gets confronted by 2 cab drivers, and then AJ Styles. That's it. Pathetic, says CJ. So, CJ, not a fan of what they're seeing so far. James said, what tag team do we prefer, Usos or New Day? Depends the era, doesn't it? I sort of feel like the New Day have been really fun with Bootios and all of that, and I really enjoyed all of that. But when they lost Big E, that for me is when the group died. They've started to do some fun stuff with the whole morning losing the tag belts. That's been kind of interesting. But I think the Usos have been a really good, really credible team. And obviously they got the whole bloodline thing, so I think these are the 2 great teams of our generation. And if I had to pick one, I would probably go New Day. I'd probably go New Day. I think they've just showed a bit more variation. Brilliant in-ring. Really funny segments. Bootios and pancakes. Like, they've been really fun. But they've had some bangers. But now they're doing, like, heel stuff when they were heels and face. I feel like they've given me more. Usos, though. I mean, just what a team. Just a brilliant tag team. And they've been fun as well. But, yeah, I think New Day, if I had to pick between the 2. Close, though, because I feel like we're talking, like, 1 and 2 in this generation. And actually, if we were to rank them, I might have Usos at 1. I might have Usos ahead of the New Day because of the whole bloodline thing and the impact that had. But for my personal taste, I feel like the New Day have given me a lot more. I feel like when the Usos were Uso crazy and they were coming out with face paint and all that, I wasn't really into that. That whole period wasn't, I don't know, that whole stuff wasn't massively, you know, for me. Day 1-ish, when they kind of switched it up, that's when the Usos got really interesting, in my opinion. Right, Daze, do we potentially get Gunther AJ at WrestleMania? Do we potentially get Gunther Brock at SummerSlam? Well, we potentially get them, yes. A lot of those kind of things, Connor, are just like, yeah, we could. I mean, there's not really an answer you can give. I mean, because there's no rumors as to what Gunther's doing. So, could he face AJ? Yeah. Could he face Brock? Yeah. I mean, I think he'll face Brock at some point. After what we've just seen, I think he'll face AJ at some point. Whether that's WrestleMania or SummerSlam, no one knows. Right, we are underway with this match. And it is not the pre-show. I was too distracted by Gunther and his Guntherness. We are now well into this show, nearly half an hour into this show. And it is Usos New Day. Let's go into and do a poll, shall we? And we'll ask you guys who you think's gonna be victorious. New Day on the outside of the ring as we go to commercial break. Who wins, New Day or Usos? Let's go. Let's go. Mad Dog said, I don't want to see Gunther take Orton's Legend Killer title. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm not really interested in Gunther retiring everyone, personally, because I sort of feel like it's great that we're building up Gunther. I think that's great. I'm fully on board with that. But I feel like there's lots of other people. We need to build Oba and we need to build Braun. And there's different ways you can do that, of course. So, but I don't know that I want to give all the retirements to just one person, even though I really like Gunther. You know, I would say the same if we were doing all the retirements for Oba and we were doing all the... I don't feel the need to give all the retirements to one person. I mean, if retiring John Cena isn't enough, then... I mean, to be honest, I don't think the Goldberg one is that big of a deal. I mean, a lot of people, when Goldberg came back, were like rolling their eyes, you know? Goldberg is someone that were kind of like, you know, he should have retired a long time ago. He just really comes back, has a match, goes away again. And actually, he's wound up a lot of people with comments and, you know, maybe winning matches that we don't think he should have won and kind of looking out for himself and outstaying his welcome. And I think a lot of us were ready to just say, okay, respect. Thanks, Goldberg. Thanks for everything you did, mate, you know? But was there like mad heat on Gunther when he beat Goldberg? Because if there was, I missed it. Everyone's acting like beating Goldberg was this massive thing. It's like, how he's already beat Goldberg. Does he need to beat John as well? Yeah, because beating Goldberg meant nothing. It meant nothing. We all just sort of went, yeah. In fact, after that show, what everyone was talking about was like, well, they could have given him a few more, like, you know, they did him dirty by not allowing him to talk, right? We weren't sat here going, can you believe it? Can you believe they had Gunther beat Goldberg? I'm shocked. Oh my God, I can't. Everyone's going to be so angry at this. No one was saying this. What's going on? Have we all lost our minds? What are you on about? Beating Goldberg meant flipping diddly. We just gave him a match against Gunther because we wanted him to have the best match possible on the way out. And Gunther's really good at doing that, as he showed on Saturday. And so that was the purpose of it. So I don't really count that. Honestly, I've kind of already forgot about it. But him beating John, huge deal. Of course, that one is... I'm going to file it under the folder, in the folder significant. But yeah, I'm with you. I'm not really looking for lots of Gunther to retire lots of people now. Charles said, Gunther doesn't have a personality. He's boring. He seemed to have a personality just when he was coming out. Massive smile on his face. Absolutely loving the hate and the heat. Coming back to the... just get that little bit more. He didn't step in the ring and come across like a flipping insurance salesman. He seemed pretty giddy at the fact he'd just embarrassed John Cena. Big boot coming in by Jimmy. Kick coming in there by Jimmy. We've just been at commercial break. Jimmy goes crashing into the barricades. Daze, I think this new era feels ordinary and dull, says Jem. Well, it doesn't feel much like a new era. I think it's a new era in the sense of we don't have John Cena anymore. Grogblog said, I just got home. Also, 27 months of greatness. Grogblogs, shout out to you, my friends. That's crazy. 27 months is crazy. Over 2 years you have been with the channel is crazy. So, shout out to you, my friends. If you just got back, then you haven't missed loads. You've just missed Gunther coming out and really enjoying being the one that made Cena tap. He really enjoyed it and got lots of heat from the crowd for it. Then he got told to leave. AJ Styles was waiting for him. and feels like they're on a collision course, then, which is better, honestly. As I said before the show, that's what I would do. Let's not mess around with AJ Styles in the tag division. Like, don't need it. Let's do some big matches against really good in-ring opponents, because AJ Styles is going to be remembered as one of the best in-ring performers. So let's give him some really good in-ring opponents so that they can have some bangers. His match with John was fantastic. Give him Ilya, give him Sammy, give him Gunther. I'm totally on board with that. Right now we got Xavier moving out the way as Kofi went for like a bit of a baseball slide, and he ended up going into the ring posts. Seeb said, Daze, with being well over a year into New Day's heel run, well, how would we rate it so far? Pretty low, honestly. I think that they were just really not doing much with it until they lost those tag titles, and then they started mourning the loss of those. When Xavier wore that massive hat, his mourning hat, and they were wearing all black and, like, you know, really having some fun with it. That for me is when they started getting interesting again. But it's not even just the heel run. I would say after Big E left, they did nothing as faces. They were just, there was no bootios, pancakes, there was nothing. They were just creatively out of ideas. I don't remember anything tangible that you could really associate with them. They were just there. So low, honestly. Like 4. 1, 2, and I don't think Grayson being with them has done anything. It's just like, oh, what should we do with him? But I have enjoyed the morning stuff. That would be, you know, the reason it's not a 0. Right, back to commercial break. Brony said Brock retiring is similar to Goldberg retiring because of the fact they are both hated by WWE fans for different reasons. Does Gunther benefit that much? The controversy surrounding Brock's lawsuit. Well, I've got to tell you, Brony, there's a lot of people that are not that fussed about the Brock lawsuit. I feel like whenever we talk about Brock, there is very mixed reactions because there's a lot of people that are like, listen, what's he being charged with? And the truth is, he's not being charged with anything, right? He is named in the lawsuit, but he's not being charged with anything. So, you know, a lot of people are like, well, he's not guilty of anything. So why are we down on him? They're innocent until proven guilty type stuff, and he's not even being charged. You know, I can only say what I've been saying, and that is, obviously he's named in the lawsuits. Obviously, we don't know what he knew in regards to Janelle Grant and what was going on. Obviously, we know that he was meant to be at WrestleMania in 2024 and actually facing Gunther. And, you know, that didn't happen, and he got removed. And, you know, he's been away for, I think, about 2 years he was away for. I mean, you don't keep someone off TV for that length of time for no reason, right? You don't just do that for the lols. So, you know, I mean, it was a very, very serious and continues to be a very, very serious situation. And I think it's fair to say that there's an air of kind of uncomfort around it. I really don't think that's anything controversial. I don't think it's controversial to say that there's an air of, like, you know, uncomfort there. But there's a lot of people that sign up to that mindset of he's not being charged with anything. You can't prove he's guilty of anything. He absolutely should be allowed to be on TV. Blah, 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 blah. Right? I get that. I do hear that. I do understand that. Right? I do understand. But it's just uncomfortable. It's just like, I don't need to see him on my TV. It changes how I feel about watching him, like, on TV. So, and it does for other people as well. So, does he benefit? I think he does. I mean, one thing we can say about Brock is he is legit. I mean, former UFC heavyweight champion, he is legit. He has still got a presence and an aura when he comes out because of his size and the fact that genuinely, if this was not scripted He might have been the guy to have been the top guy in this company for the past 20 odd years. I mean, legitimately, because of his size and strength and wrestling ability and, you know, the fact he is a former UFC heavyweight champion, genuinely, who would beat him in a serious fight? Who would be able to beat him? I don't think Roman would. I certainly don't think Cody would. In a legitimate, you know, just let's see who the very best is. Like a brawl for all type situation, but just like we're fighting. He does bring that air of legitimacy, doesn't he? So I think it's different with Brock. Honestly, I think if you get a win over Brock, it does mean something. Even if there's a lot of fans that feel uncomfortable about him at the moment, I think it does still mean something. As long as it doesn't look fake and phony. As long as it doesn't look too forced. As long as it feels like, oh my God. I mean, like, genuinely, I don't know how Gunther would do it. I mean, I can only imagine he would choke out Brock, get him down and, you know, make him tap. That's the only thing I can think, but oh God, Brock's still so big. You know, he's got the size over Gunther. That I think would be seen as a real wow. But how do you make it seem credible? How do you make it seem legit? That I think was the challenge with that match, honestly. I think Jimmy himself there as Xavier got his knees up. We just had Jimmy and Jay deliver splashes. Xavier just sort of got a bit of a knee up. You can see that Jimmy, yeah, it was on the knees. And as he goes down, he's like, Xavier is down in the ring. Grayson's been removed from the ringside area, by the way. We can end this poll as well. 75% of you think that Usos are winning this match. So Grayson ejected from the ringside area. Right now we've got Xavier over against the ropes. Right now there's Kofi. Kofi is pulling Jay out the ring. Jay going into the ring steps. Roll up there by Xavier. Kick out by Jimmy. Shot coming in there by Jimmy. Charging over. Xavier to the outside. Falls to the outside, Jimmy does. Xavier comes out into a DDT. That was good. That was actually really nice. Back in the ring goes Jimmy. Charging over against the ropes. Suicide dive by Xavier. Kofi. Bang. Big splash. New Day looking good here in the closing stages. Climbing up. Picking up Jimmy. Comes down. Bang. Stomps down. 1, 2. The save is made. The save is made. Trouble in Paradise connected. All 4 guys are down. It's not a bad match, this. It's not bad at all. We haven't got the crowd to This Is Awesome stage, but... Oh, hang on. Now they are. I was going to say, this is where you would expect it now, and they weren't chanting it. But as soon as we come back from the commercial break, they were chanting it. Xavier having some words. Trash talking. Another kick coming in. I think the Usos should have at least one more title run, says Robbie. Right now, they're being trying to get Big Jim up by the looks of it. Over in the corner, Xavier. Super kick coming in. Another super kick as Xavier goes to the outside. Spear on the outside by Jay. Jay with a spear. Trouble in Paradise misses. Spear in the ring as well by Big Jim. Tag being made. Xavier on the outside. He's out of it. 1D! 1D. And that is sure to be it. 2, 3. There we go. Job done, mate. Match score. Bum, bum. Is that a number one contenders match? I'm not sure it was announced as number one contenders, but it should be. Creative Humor said a new era starts tonight. Usos New Day have faced each other 7,543 times. This is the first match of the new era. Well, there we go. I mean, Usos New Day. I'm not down on it. I'm not down on it at all. Yep. 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 Joe said it was a Circle the Date event this past Saturday. 1D. Okay, yeah, they're really building up this January 5th episode of Raw. It's the 1 year anniversary of us going on to Netflix, and the World Heavyweight Championship is going to be defended. CM Punk against Bronathan Breakker. Women's tag titles are being defended. Kabuki Warriors against Io and Rhea. So that has also been added to that show. Oh, right there. Oh, the Kabuki Warriors. Io, you betrayed me. And you betrayed your own family. I loved you. Asuka loved you, Io. All she had to do was apologize and acknowledge me as your senpai. But you chose Rhea. Kyrie doesn't seem to be showing any sort of confliction anymore. You know, before she was like really desperate to, you know, bring Io in, but now she's just seems to be fully heel. I think Jay's a solid wrestler, said AB. Hello, AB. But Solo and Jacob do his moves better than him, which is what makes people question just how good he is. There is Io. There is Rhea. Rhea wearing one of her Terrifier shirts. Her crossover collabs. Hershey. We're in Hershey, mate. Where they make all the chocolates. Wrestle Andy said, Daze, the tap out has definitely made Gunther a bigger star based on tonight, says Wrestle with Andy. Here's Byram. Kevin said, I think they did the AJ and Gunther thing because AJ retires next year. So they're going to have Gunther retire AJ next, says Kevin. Chris said, what is a senpai? It's like a mentor, isn't it? It's like a leader type thing. A master. Someone that you look up to and respects. Mr. Miyagi to the Karate Kid. They put subtitles under Curry when she was speaking English, says Billy. Right, we've got Dirty Dom. I should probably be listening to this. Dirty Dom having a few words. They have got to build up. They've got to build up the AAA show this Saturday, which we will be doing. It actually says up here we're going to be doing it because I've even made the graphic already. Just got to wait for a second. That'll be coming up soon. Dirty Dom, get in boots. It might be next. Raquel Rodriguez is going to bring the gold back to the Judgment Day. Mel Mama said, I worked at Hershey Park. It's stupid place. Had an old ride where people drive in old cars like Looney Tunes thing. A kid ran my foot over, so it lasted a whole day. Oh, really? You got run over by a kid? Lol. Finn and JD, they love their golds. They're going to bring those tag championships back where they belong. So pretty standard stuff here by Dummy. I don't think he's mentioned the AAA show this weekend, though. Very well. Well, there we go. A little bit of a nothing promo, to be honest with you. Okay, you lot weren't blown away by that match. You was torn between it being good and great. Good gets it by 1%. Okay, last week, Rey Mysterio got murked last week. He's in action against Logan tonight. Big Time said, Daze, Jimmy Uso's cardio was really bad during that match. You could tell the lack of house shows has had a detriment to the fast-paced in-ring without getting too tired. Black Onyx said, Daze, who do we think we'll be talking about most this time next year? I would say Oba, said Black Onyx. Yeah, I think they're going to really move with Brom. Obviously, they're going to want to capitalize on what went down with Gunther. So, Cody's always going to be in the mix as well. So, I think Cody will be up there. And, yeah, I think Oba will come up. And I just don't know what they'll have him doing, honestly. I mean, I don't know that he'll be around the world title. They could, have him go through the mid-card and everything first. So, that would be my only reservation. I mean, if they move quickly and have him around the world titles, then of course he's going to be a massive topic of conversation. But if they go a little slower, put him in a few feuds, have him around the IC belt, just like we did with Gunther, he might not be as big a topic of conversation because he'll be like one for the future still. So it depends how quickly they get going with him, really. But he'll be in the mix. I have very little doubt about that. I agree with you. Big Mig said, do we think the crowd will treat Gunther like Roman when Vince would shove Roman down our throats, just like Triple H is doing to us with his precious toy? Well, the big difference, of course, Big Migs, is that Roman was a face. Gunther is a heel. So if the backlash to Roman was a big, big problem, because the backlash to Roman was us rejecting this monster babyface, which they really wanted us to get behind. They don't give a flip if you hate Gunther. They don't care if you boo Gunther. So that's going to be a big, big point of difference between the two. Okay, we're backstage and we've got another backstage segment. Logan with Braun and Bronson. We should destroy Punk. Here's Heyman. Yeah, that's goodbye, Paul. Okay, this is interesting. Please listen to me. Wait. I like that. That's great. This is so much better. So much better. Who knew? Who knew that actually getting him backstage and invested in the characters was the stuff that was missing? I mean, all of a sudden now it's been explained to us why Braun's not going to take out Punk, because do you know how close 21 Days is? Braun's like, yeah, but he'll be weak. He won't be weak. He won't be there. And you won't get a chance then to win that championship. Please listen to what I'm telling you, Braun. I mean, we are digging into the relationship between Heyman and Braun. Logan's there. But, yeah, oh my God. I even like how he was like, I'll take the help of the masked man. I don't know who it is, but I'll take that help. You've got Rey Mysterio coming after Logan. You've got all of LA Knight's friends coming after all of us. Certainly Bronson. And CM Punk's going to be coming after Bron Breakker. If there is a masked man that's aligned with the vision, I'll take all the help I can get. I mean, he claims to not know him as well, so that's an interesting piece of information. Good. More backstage segments. Is this the new era, said Vic. Well, we're going to take them, aren't we? It really, really does make you go, why did you not do this before? Why is it that we're in a new era, right? Why is it we're in a new era and you were not doing this in 2025? Why? If you knew this was what was missing and you knew this was the problem, why was you not doing it? Don't know. I mean, like, let's just look at the fact that we are doing it now. But, yeah, really interesting. As Rhea and Io make their way down. Daze, do we think that we will get the old pay-per-views back like Hell in a Cell and TLC, says Henry? I don't think so, but I think that it's better to do Hell in a Cell whenever we need to do it. Like, we did one last year between CM Punk and Drew, and it was fantastic. And that is the right way to use it. Wait for a feud to need it, rather than just build it. Oh, missed there by Asuka! Looks like she's turned the miss down, actually. That one wasn't coloured. That one might have just been spit. She missed her, but there was no, like, you know, when she was like all avatared. She didn't get avatared this time. I don't think there was any colour to the mist. Might have just been water. Io gets thrown into the ring steps. Io. Kabuki Warriors attack him. Kabuki Warriors attack him. Right now, we've got Asuka. Boo! Kick coming in there to Rhea. Asuka dancing away. Big smile on her face. Io down. Rhea in the ring. Steve said Paul's trying to put out multiple fires at once. It's definitely better than it has been, says Steve. Dominic said the Rio thing is just effing cringe now. Well, the Rio are getting flipping murked. Asuka has got Rhea held down in the ring. Io jumps on top of her, takes the bullet. Io takes the bullet. Kyrie screams out because I don't think she wanted to do... Asuka doesn't care. Asuka's like this. Asuka's like this. Kyrie's like, ah! She didn't want to do it. She didn't want to do that. Look, she looks quite emotional about it. Yeah, Asuka don't give a flip. Holding the belt up. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Lovely. They're going to have to deal with this all the way up to January 5th. Boom. Okay, we go to commercial break. We are, during commercial, just seeing Rhea in the ring, being assisted. Io still holding her back. She's rolling to the edge of the ring. And referee just helping Io there. Rhea still struggling. They're just helping them get out the ring at the moment. We are about to say goodbye to our number one. Towel in the face of Rhea as she's trying to get rid of that pretty weak looking mist, but Rhea stomps in frustration and anger just before she goes through to the back. Okay, we fade and cut to a advert for WrestleMania. Let's go. Christopher said, Daze, as a little kid, going to Hershey Park in Pennsylvania, amusements and the chocolate factory, I got lost. I was lost and found train caboose for hours until my parents found me. They gave me chocolate and told me to take a nap. Really? You got lost in the chocolate place? And you went to the lost and found caboose? That's like a train thing, innit? Trailer. A caboose. Have some chocolate and have a nap. It's good advice. It's good advice for all of us, actually. What was the point in that? Is it just to get some entrance pops, said YT Melonheads. Raw sucks. Well, I think it was just to further get a bit more heat, wasn't it? So, you know, Io and Rhea, they were going to come out and just talk about how they're going to try and get those titles and put this feud to rest. So I'm not down on the fact that, I mean, what's the alternative? They just come out and say that. Instead of that, what we got was Asuka delivering a mist, which I do think could have been better, looked better. And Io taking a bullet, an elbow, and coming to the aid of Rhea. So I don't know if the alternative is just listening to a bit of a promo, and I'm all right with that. It's all just to kind of set up January 5th, innit? Ivy Nile is making her way down, so I can tell you that the next match... I like her ring gear, though. Her ring gear looks really good. Ivy Nile's ring gear looks great. Stars and Stripes. It's very kind of Captain America-ish. Quite credible. Marvel movie, not comic book. I've never seen the Marvel films. Ivy Nile versus Maxine. Right, Daze. I've got a date with a guy from Burger King. He was very nice, and he wants to see me tomorrow. Well, I'll tell you what, Sonny. He's definitely worth going out with because the rumors are he's got a Whopper. Stick with it, kid. Stick with it. Bishop said, fun fact, I've never been a fan of chocolate. Bishop, that is a fun fact. Right. Ivy is in the ring. And Maxine about to make her way down. Now, the thing with Maxine is we've seen a couple of vignettes of her training, yeah? And they've kind of really changed her presentation. So I don't know what her music's going to be. Her music's the same. There's the answer to that. I don't know what her ring gear is going to be because she was wearing all black in those training things. Yeah, she's changed her gear to black. It's still the same ring gear, though. So Maxine making her way down to the ring. Oh, my God. Maxine just touched that guy's hand and he was like... Yes! Yes! Maxine touched me! Right, Maxine making her way into the ring. We'll do the poll. Let's see what you lot think. I can't see them having Maxine lose this. Okay, who wins? Maxine or Ivy? River Nile. 1-4. It would be funny if Maxine loses, says Porky Pig. Let's go, Ivy, says Metal Mama. Maxine's ring gear is nice, said Hawks. I like Ivy's. Look at Ivy's with the... God, do you like just hate America? Is that what it is? It's hard to boo the girl that's American made, that's wearing the stars and stripes. It's hard to boo her, isn't it? I mean, I'm not even American, but I mean, like, this is in America. If this was in Britain and someone was like British made with like the Union flag on, I'm going to really struggle to sit there and go, boo! 28 days. I like Ivy when she lets her hair down, said the Beach Kevin. Ivy is good too, but Maxine is wearing leather, said Hawks fan. Mackenzie, shout out to you. Just got back from work. Hello, hello. King Yeti said Jericho took Brock down in real life. He stood up to him. Ivy pushing Maxine in the face. We go down. Kick out there by Maxine. Slap by Maxine. Ivy with a takedown. Shots coming in there by Ivy. Maxine reverses it. Picks up Maxine and drives her down. Goes for the cover. Kick out by Maxine. Ivy coming over, grabbing Maxine. Ivy into the corner. Maxine coming in. Kick coming in there by Ivy. Maxine grabs the leg. Maxine looking for the ankle lockers. Ivy kicks her away. Maxine charges into the corner. She gets pushed away. Maxine is going up as Ivy comes in. Shot coming in there by Ivy. Maxine with a draping armbar. She's trying to hold on to it. That was good show of strength, actually, by Ivy. Ivy actually managed to pick up Maxine and then dump her on the edge of the ring. That was actually quite good. German on the outside by Ivy. Natalia should come out and turn on Maxine and be next in. Like, oh, she's already tapped to Maxine, though. She's already lost to her. We saw it last week. Maxine murked a load of girls in the gym, and then it was time for the Natty to step up. She got murked. So she's dead now. She flipping tapped like John Cena. Double axe handle there by Ivy. WrestleRant said, I'll tell you what, Maxine better show up tonight or the IWC is going to be cooking her. A lot of people don't believe she should be champ already. I got to tell you, I've actually seen a bit of the opposite. I've actually seen a lot of people really impressed with those vignettes, and that's enough. Like, oh my God, they're really presenting Maxine so well. Love those vignettes. And a lot of people just really on board with that. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where people are with this. I totally expect Maxine to win this. I mean, like, she's just won the title. They've just done a couple of vignettes of her beating people in, like, training. For her to then step in there and just lose clean to Ivy would be, like, a bit of a head-scratcher. But I don't know. I mean, how is she going to get the win over Ivy? Is she going to beat her clean? Are we saying that Maxine Dupree is a better wrestler than Ivy Nile? I suppose we're going to have to, aren't we? Right now, Ivy has got Maxine down. I think they should just keep doing the video thing for Maxine, says the troll face. Metal Mama said, I've got a lot of pushback. I feel like they do love Maxine. I feel like they pushed her after the fact. I completely agree with you. Why was Ivy not worthy of being pushed, for instance? Feels like another Jade. I agree with you. I completely agree. She wins the title, then you do the training videos. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. Does it not make more sense to do the training videos, have Maxine go out there, look good in her matches, earn an Intercontinental match, and then win it? Rather than, here's Maxine, bit of a joke character, you know, really kind of like bottom of the ladder sort of talent. She wins thanks to like a distraction from AJ Lee, and now we're going to show you the training montages. I'm with you, Metal Mama, but there is a lot of people out there that are just like, I don't know, don't care. They're just like, I don't care. I like these training montages. I don't have any emotional feelings about this, apart from I think the training montages are good, and let's see what happens. So the people out there that are like, Maxine's super cute, and that's enough for me. Is Maxine fit? Yes. Should she get pushed as a result? Yes. I'm not saying that's the reason why. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying there are people out there that do carry that logic. Ivy Nile right now with an inverted DDT. Well, she's actually got a bit of a dragon sleeper in, but she could pick her up to get an inverted DDT. Maxine. If you want to learn technical skills, there's no one finer than Natalya. It's kind of like a reverse pile driver, isn't it? I'm really surprised they allowed her to do that. I'm really surprised they allowed her to do that. Shot coming in there by Maxine. Forearm shot coming back there by Ivy. Big boot coming in there by Maxine. Clothesline. Maxine now is in full-on murking mode. Down goes Ivy. Maxine against the ropes. Knee to the side of the head. Well, I don't like whatever that is. I don't like it. Charges over. Collides into Ivy. Perfect plex. It's like a Maxine plex. Kick out there by Ivy. I wasn't fussed on the movie. I don't know, says Jordan. I will always root for Maxine and BFAB because they work hard to improve, said Sis. Shouldn't everyone work hard to improve? And how do we know that others aren't working hard to improve? by that logic, I feel like we should be rooting for everyone. I can't imagine for a second Ivy Nile just sits at home not doing anything. Ivy Nile doing a little bit of a shimmy. They're giving this match some time as Maxine has got Ivy. 1, 2, kick out by Ivy. That powerbomb was not good. Right now, Maxine is being choked out in the corner, but the referee is counting away. I like the reversal from Maxine that was into like a pile driver. Forearm shot coming in there by Ivy. Maxine gets the better of... the straps are coming down while she's upside down. Maxine up top. Roll up by Ivy. 1, 2. Kick out into an ankle lock. Ivy trying to get out, but Maxine is sort of holding on. Ankle lock is still in. Maxine against the rope. She goes over. She grabs the leg again. Ivy is trying to get out of this ankle lock. Maxine goes back into the corner. That ankle lock's in. Ivy, middle of the ring. Maxine goes down. She taps. She taps. Tappity tap. Okay. Let's get people's thoughts, shall we? What did you think of that match? Be honest as well. Be honest. Be honest with yourselves. Okay. That is our second match. Ivy was supposed to carry that match. I guess ring rust played a big part, says Iron Sentinel. AB said she's trying. I'm not going to lie. Brett coming out for an open challenge. We would have a new women's IC champ in no time. What if Bret Hart came out? It was better than most Maxine matches, says Dean. Robbie said it was a bad match, but it was good cake. Oba. Oba. Oh. Some of them moves by Sol Ruka were so crazy on Saturday. I think we do take them a bit for granted. I think I do. I think it's me I'm talking about. We just sort of like, we're so used to seeing some of them, but they're so good. Right. They're just showing us the NXT talent that's performed at the weekends. NXT showed up and they showed out, says AB WWE fan. Sol Ruka should be the women's IC champ if we're being honest, says Kader. She's not as good as Maxine Dupree, but come on. Come on. Okay, here's Javon. He's backstage with Rio, Bravo, Americano. No idea what. No, I don't know what's being said. Okay, so it looks like it's going to be El Grande against Javon. Oh, no, is it going to be Rio? So is Javon up now? So Javon's going to be in action next week. Well, we're getting bouncy next week. There we go. We're getting bouncy. Okay, CM Punk up next. Still not sure if that's like a call-up, but to be honest, mate, he is... he's going to be hard to get off of Raw now, I think. It's going to be hard. I mean, like, you know he's going to step out and next week and just really put on a showcase. Just show once again why he's, you know, undeniable. So, I'm not sure if it's call-up, but... I'm not sure that he's going to go away. Daze, when Seth comes back, would you have him try to get back in the Vision, or do we think we're done with that? No, I think we're done with that. I think the way that he got murked, I think we're done. Doesn't really make much sense to me to, you know, after what happened, that betrayal, for him to just go, oh, I forgive you, and go back, you know. So I think he could go after the Vision. I expect that. Randy said, Days ringside have got a new Joe Hendry figure that's got a bass that plays his whole theme song. It's so cool. I hope it doesn't sell out before I get paid, says Randy. Oh, really? That sounds like the Entrance Great series that they used to do. Is it? I'm guessing it must be an Entrance Great figure. There was a series of Mattel figures that had basses. Oh, it's a TNA figure? Okay. So it's not Mattel then? It's if it was Mattel, they had a series of figures that did that called Entrance Greats. And it was like the wrestler in their entrance attire with the little bass that played the entrance song. But yeah, this is the Joe Hendry one. There's the bass thing. I mean, even if they sell out, I'm sure that you'd just be able to order one and they'll get you, like, you know, the next wave. Interesting. Thank you, buds. It's a TNA figure, that one. Okay, Gunther, if you don't keep your mouth shut, the dozer is going to shut it for you. I mean, it certainly looks like Maxine is... Wow. I was going to say, looks like she's not with these guys now. They weren't with her when she came out. She's not with them. But she still came out to their music. Alpha Academy music. She came out to that, didn't she, Maxine? Clearly a bit more work to be done with the presentation there. Okay, that was commercial break. We're going back. Wow. We're 20-odd minutes into the set. I had no idea, man. I didn't realise we were so far into this show. Basically got just over an hour left, and that's it. CM Punk is coming out next. So we're going to see what he has got to say. So, Randy, thank you. Here comes Punk. El Grande for Ludwig is pretty good, but this Rio Bravo is pretty degrading. It's like Shorty G level, I know. It was so sad to just see Pete Dunne step up to Javon Evans there. You could see it was Pete Dunne behind the mask, and it's like... I mean, listen, he's getting paid well. He's still on the roster. He's being used in Mexico and on the main roster to some degree. It could be a hell of a lot worse. Oh, Punk's got plenty to say here. CM Punk making his way down. He has got plenty to say. Right, there we go. He's in the ring. CM Punk. He's wearing an AJ Lee shirt. Keep getting your votes in. I want to make sure we got a really good sample size. Be good to get over 300. So CM Punk talks about how he wasn't cleared. Calls Bron Breakker a cross-eyed Nepo baby. I understand that brains don't exactly run in your family. You can't handle 2025 CM Punk. Don't go calling for 2011 CM Punk. That's good. That's really good. He's fired up here. Congrats, you pinned me, but you didn't do it alone. CM Punk chants. CM Punk chants. Get a few more votes in. I don't want to end that till we get over 300. I want a good sample size. If you ever mention my wife's name again, this goes from business to personal real quick. Yeah, he's just going off, man. Just great. Some of the lines in this have been really good, talking about how brains don't run in your family. You can't cope with 2025 CM Punk. He's really worked up. He's really fired up. You haven't got the belief in yourself to show up alone. Call up your dumb father and his dumb brother, Scott. Mate, he is putting lots of gasoline on this feud. Can you imagine how Bron Breakker must be backstage right now listening to this? Bring your dumb father and his dumb brother. Mate. Bronson Reed's going to be left. Dumb and Dumber? God, mate, I can't even repeat some of these lines. You lose, I win. Mate, that's how you do it. Fire, focused, killer lines. He got a microphone and he said something. He said something. He didn't just go out there and go, I'm going to beat you because I'm better than you. He went out there and he said something. He insulted the man's dad, the man's uncle, responded to the fact that he had mentioned AJ Lee, responded to the fact that he said he wanted 2011 CM Punk, said that I think you've got the balls to step in the ring with me, but you haven't got the heart to do it alone. Really good. Really good. Really good promo section. Who's fighting on the TV? JD against who? Who? I don't even know who that is. Is that... Is that like a creator wrestler? Okay, we've got Liv, we've got Roxanne, we've got Raquel. I don't know what was on the screen. I think it was like a creative wrestler. It was like Santa. It's like Santa Hogan. Finn Balor is with JD, who Dominic says will be out for a while. Here's Stephanie making her way down. CM Punk called Logan a YouTube scammer. He cooked. He cooked. CM Punk just cooked that entire group. Right, Stephanie making her way down, and that took up a little bit of time. It was very good. Okay, Raquel, Stephanie. Let's see what these two ladies can cook up for us. Daze, is there a chance that we think Toni could come back with her amazing character? I'd love to see Toni Storm back in WWE, but I think she's commented about how happy she is. How happy she is, like, over in AEW, like the freedom that she enjoys, and all the comments I've seen her make is that she's got no intentions at all to leave that place. So sadly, unless there's some sort of big falling out or creative difference, I really don't see Toni Storm coming back. She's still relatively young, though, isn't she? I mean, I think she's still like 30-ish. 30, yeah. So, I mean, she could have another 15 years. So, I mean, you can never say never, can you? I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's going to... lots of twists and turns between now and then. Right, your tribal chief one said, dude said, rip out your eyes and pee on your 2 IQ brain. He was spitting fire, wasn't he? He was really on one. Yeah, a couple of swear words in there. I'd like to apologise on behalf of CM Punk for some of the bad language. This is a new era, though, so I don't think you can be too surprised. But, yeah, there was some killer lines in there. Here's Jade. She's just got her WrestleMania advert. Stephanie has made her way down to the ring. I don't know why they've done that during commercial break, but we have. Denham said, this has been a solid Raw so far. Robbie said, Toni says she's basically an AEW lifer. Corey said, Toni Storm is great. And I don't even watch AEW. Tony Randall said they've posted online that JD needed surgery. I think it was his arm that seemed to be bandaged up. So I think it was something to do with his hand, wrist, something like that. It was around here. Here comes Raquel. Lemuel said, couldn't John Cena return at the Rumble as one only appearance or WrestleMania? He's done, buds. If you, he said he was done, and kept saying it and saying it and saying it, and then for you to leave your shoes in the ring, this is him done. And I think, you know, a big reason is because he is now just that he's not distracted anymore. He is now just fully focused on Hollywood and TV, and I think there are a lot of projects that get offered to him. And I think that he's always wanted to still kind of keep a toe in with wrestling. Every year he's had at least one match. And I think he's got to the point now where he's like, he doesn't need money. I mean, he's making tons of money in Hollywood and Peacemaker and money. It just ain't going to be a motivator. So I know someone will be like, what if he gets off the 50 million or something, you know, something crazy, you know? All I can tell you is John Cena's been very, very clear that was it. He says there's no amount of money in the world that would bring him back. So, no, I don't see a Rumble appearance. He would have certainly had that in consideration when he was making those statements. Mr. said CM Punk called him a Neanderthal cross-eyed Nepo baby. He did. Okay, we got Alicia Taylor in there with Stephanie and Raquel. Big opportunity this for Raquel, but considering it's not even the flipping main event, it feels like she's got zero chance. Plus also, it felt like we were teasing Liv against Stephanie, and here we are with it being Raquel. So this also feels like we have very much just put Raquel in this spot to delay the Liv-Stephanie match. Okay, Raquel and Stephanie, let's see what you lot, or who you lot think's going to get the victory. Perhaps you do think we're going to get a new champ, or perhaps you think Raquel's going to win, but not win the title. Liv definitely had that stank face when she wished Raquel good luck, says Amy B. Brian said Liv is going to interfere. She's going to cost Raquel, but Raquel will forgive her. Big Time said, Daze, that CM Punk promo, it seriously woke me up. I'm watching Raw, and now I feel alive and energetic. Things that catch you off guard just make wrestling exciting. Well, you felt like you was watching something, didn't you? You know, you felt like there was some substance to that. I think there has been a lot of effort made with this show. In-ring has, according to you guys, been the area that has sort of been letting it down so far. Going over, looking for... Trying to get Raquel over. No joy. Shots coming in there by Stephanie. Pop, pop, pop. Going over against the ropes. Raquel with a big shoulder barge. Becky said this match should never have happened in the first place. Maxine did not successfully win her first title defense because I am still the Intercontinental Champion. It does not count. The Bulldog has been notified. WWE has notified the WWE Records Department. So Becky has had her say. I mean, to be honest, it feels like we're building up Maxine to beat Becky Lynch clean, doesn't it? That's how it feels. Well, just a 1 count. Stephanie coming over, throwing in a few shots there to Raquel. So we're underway with our second women's championship match tonight. Going for a big... Oh, getting caught. Raquel catches Stephanie, picks her up. Look at the power. Oh, drives her down. Going for the cover. 2. Kick out by Stephanie. Okay, we're going to commercial break. Big Mama cool. Okay, Philip said the show has had the best dialogue. Most in-ring has been a bit mediocre. Usos match was trash. Macarai said, Daze, what's the main event? And also, do we think that Braun beats Punk? I think there is a chance that Braun beats Punk. I think there is a chance of it. Big shocking moment to start the year. There's also maybe a chance that Braun, you know, accidentally somehow gets costed. Because, you know, the masked man's probably going to get involved and Logan's going to get involved and there's going to be a lot of moving parts. Maybe Punk finds a way of keeping it and Braun gets it at Mania. So Braun winning the title for the first time at Mania can't be ruled out. I think there's a good chance that he gets it, honestly. I think there's a good chance he gets it. I think it's a tough one to call. I really think it's one of those where you could go either way. You could go either way. Main event tonight. I don't know if they've announced main event tonight. We've got around about 45 minutes to go. We're well underway with this. We know that we've still got Logan Ray. So whether that main event's, I'm not sure. But it probably would because that would be a way of getting the Vision into the main event. Phoenix said Becky is claiming interference, but no one touched her. It was a distraction by music. Well, AJ Lee, I think, did come down. You're right. She didn't touch her. It was a distraction. It's why it's not going to result in Maxine losing the title or anything. I mean, not even if she'd been touched, it wouldn't, would it? I mean, it's one of those where referee's decision is final. So, it's not going to change anything. This Maxine run is going to obviously remain. 30-odd seconds left to go. Daze, what is the main event? Oh, we answered that one. I've got to think Logan and Ray. Aseeb said, do you think we get Punk and Rey team against the Vision before January 5th? I suppose we could. That's not a bad shout. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that they would do, isn't it? I could see that. What's this new era called? Trips loves new eras. We have one every 3 months, says Brian. Well, what would you like for it to be called? The Gunther era? The giving up era? I'm just trying to think of what's happened recently that we can name it after. The Maxine Dupree era. Right now, we got a bit of a straight jacket being applied here by Raquel. Stephanie is, okay, pushing her against the ropes. Sliding underneath. Oh, shot coming in. Kick to the midsection. Headbutt there by Stephanie. As Raquel goes back to the corner. Stephanie charging over. Collides into Raquel. Headbutt. Looking for a dragon screw. And she manages to get it. Daze, you can always tell when promos are very cookie cutter and dry, but when there's some realism and we're pushing the envelope, that's when you feel captivated, says Big Time. KVN said, when do we think Roman will win a title again? Well, I think there's a good chance that he could get a world championship in the next couple of years. I don't know if he gets one this year just because it's so crowded. You know, it feels like Gunther's in the mix. It feels like Bron Breakker's in the mix. So, you know, it feels like they're both around. I'd say Roman is in the mix as well, though, because rumor was he doesn't feel like everything's finished in WWE for him. You know, he could really now transition to Hollywood. But the rumor was he doesn't quite feel like it's all done yet. And actually, you know, big rumors of Cody Roman coming up. You know, the reason for that is because Roman doesn't feel like everything's finished yet for him. I mean, it feels to me like the Bloodline was Roman's story and that was what he will be remembered for. If he feels like there's more to be achieved and there's more to give, well, I'm sure we all just applaud that because none of us want to see Roman go to Hollywood. Devil's Kiss is in, and Devil's Kiss is in. There we go. Devil's Kiss. Bang. Raquel going over to the corner after she's kissed the devil. So, yeah, I mean, Roman next year as a world champ, yeah, very possible. The only thing that's stopping me from, like, saying it is just the amount of people. I mean, like, LA Knight, a lot of people are waiting for him to get a run with the belt. Gunther, a run with the belt. Bron Breakker, a run with the belt. So, does Roman find a way back to a world title next year? Maybe he does. But if it's not next year, I've got to think it's, you know, by 2027. Crossbody gets caught. There might be some people that say Ober should get to a belt. Oh, no, the plinth has gone over. We've knocked the plinth over. Raquel goes into the ring post. Nikki Bella has got involved. Oh, my God. Nikki Bella is murking Stephanie. So Nikki Bella has attacked Stephanie. That's the end of this match. And right now she's got Stephanie on her shoulders. I don't think there was much to that match. I don't mind that finish, though. I kind of like the fact that Raquel did not lose clean. I kind of like the fact we've protected her. I'm not a big fan of outside interference all the time, but there's a few times I can take it. It's like I could accept it on Saturday and I can accept it here. Doesn't make it a great match or, like, you know, a mind-blowing match, but That's okay. There is Nikki, her arms outstretched. Respect a legend. Okay, we're backstage with Adam Pearce and Paul Heyman. I'm tired of this. Who's under the mask? It's Bruno Sammartino! It doesn't mean I'm guilty if it's convenient. Well, he wants to know by the end of the night who it is. Here's Rhea. Rhea wants Asuka. Next week. It's official. Okay, Rhea, Asuka next week. There is Rey Mysterio backstage. He bumps into CM Punk. Okay, CM Punk said he's going to watch Rey's back tonight. Have we had any humour on the show? I feel like there's not been any comedy. So, Rey and Logan tonight. Daze, do we like Logan anymore? Now he's been on Raw every week. No, but I don't like Logan the person. You could show me him in every segment and it wouldn't change my mind. Benny said, Daze, Cena may be retiring, but I've never said anything about Lance Catamaran from Southpaw Regional Wrestling, says Benny. Oh, hello, what's this? Okay, it's the Sweet Disposition. We just cut to the commentators during commercial break, which was very unusual, but they've just introduced this. I think this is the best one. Cena tribute ones. I think this was the best one, the Sweet Disposition one. Daze, imagine if Becky starts showing up to Raw with a Kids IC title. Very good. Fun. Plum Girl said, Punk got pretty heated tonight. Does that mean he's going to lose on the 5th? I don't know. It's a good thought. I don't know that it means he's losing. I think it just means that he's fired up. He's putting extra fuel on this. So, interesting. We'll have to wait and see. I don't know that it means he's losing, though, but definitely something to keep an eye on. See how this unfolds as the weeks go by. We've still got quite a way to go, haven't we, until we get to it. Okay. No one's going to talk about Rey, Swagger, Jack and Dom's dirty stosh, says your tribal chief one. When all said and done, only 3 words. I give up. I mean, thank you, Cena, says Jethrick. Main event is just copy and paste of last week, said Phoenix. Rey is rocking a Gomez Adams moustache, said Fish. I'm thinking they're going to wait till January 5th to reveal the Masked Man, says Corey. Mr. B said the comedy of the night was how Gunther was followed by Jey Uso because he tapped Gunther out, said Mr. B Light. Swerve, when I drive, Swerve. The Brooklyn Brawler is under... It's going to be the Brooklyn Brawler, you're right. That is going to be the reveal. It's going to be the Brooklyn Brawler. Right, we are just with this video package, but we'll be back to the show in just 20-odd seconds time. 20-odd seconds time. And we'll be back to the show. This hardly feels like a new era. Triple H just needs to stop talking in 2026. He needs to stop saying new era and landscape changing. Right. There's Hershey Park. Raw Roundup. Gunther booed mercilessly. And then we've got the results. Usos win, Maxine wins, and Stephanie Raquel ends in a no contest. That looks good, actually. That Hershey Park's big, innit? No, I've never seen it before. Here's AJ Styles and Dragon Lee. Any takeaways? Yep. We're ready to defend these titles. They're not saying that it was a... They're not saying that it was a number one contenders match. Here's Nikki. Nikki said that she is sick of not being appreciated. Okay. Okay. Can't wait for the response from Scott Steiner. Who said that then? I just saw that. Yeah, Trem, can't wait for the response from Scott Steiner after that Punk promo. Yeah, that will be good. That will be good. Ah, look at the graphics. Yeah, happy holidays. Next Monday, Bailey against Roxanne. Ah, look at this. It's all festive. Javon against Ryo. Next Monday, very festive graphics. Rhea Asuka next week. So there we go. Okay, now it is Liv's WrestleMania advert. There's Becky, there's Io, there's Tiffany. Rhea. They thought I was out. Cute. What doesn't kill you makes you live. I'm back in the saddle again. That's all right. Okay, there's Bailey with Maxine. Okay, so Bailey's just a bit glum. So Lyra just winds up Bailey just so that Bailey kind of fires back. So there we go. She fired her up. 619. Lyra got her all jacked up. Okay, Rey Mysterio coming out. Okay, Bailey is such a non-factor. She needs to crash out, says Kappa. Wrestle Andy said, Daze, what happens to Bailey's crazy gimmick promos? Don't know. She's just sort of fine now. We all have moments. We all have moments where darkness kind of speaks to us and takes us over, but most of us just come through it after a few weeks, and that seems to have been what's happened to Bailey. So, seems like she's totally fine now. Ray Logan up next. The crowd is still mourning John, I guess, said Sinister. I just don't think we've given the crowd much to really get their teeth into, to be honest with you. I'm not sure really what we've given the crowd to really, you know, I mean, there wasn't, you know, Usos New Day was fine, but I don't think really got to like nowhere near the heights of how they used to be back in the day. But, you know, I thought it was a good point that Big Time made about the lack of house shows. You know, you're just kind of throwing in the Usos that haven't been working and teaming together for a little while against the New Day. And granted, they're able to kind of click and get something, but you ain't going to get to the heights that you got to before, just, you know, cold. So, you know, you lot said that was good 97. A good chunk of you said it was great. I think you've got to say they did really well, all things considered. Maxine Ivy, you lot said was good 81. Just not feeling it. I think there was one nice moment in there, that reversal by Maxine. I'll give that credit. But some of it looked a little bit sloppy. And crowd were quiet. They just didn't care. The second match, we're about to get the result for that, so we can get the result for that now. This was Stephanie against Raquel. You lot said it was just good 68%. Good 87, actually. Good 87 is what that's come out as. 13% of you said it was bad. It's really hard to say that this is not a night of really underwhelming in-ring. I mean, 2 matches getting good 80-odd%. It's a shame because I do think that some of the stuff backstage has been quite good. Definitely feels like we need a bit of humor on the show, though. There's a lack of comedy. So far, what would we say are like the really big talking points? Like, what made you have to watch this show? Gunther at the start. Punk? To be honest, you could get the Punk thing from a highlight, couldn't you? You could get the Gunther thing from a highlight. We're talking about 2 moments and that's it. It's all right. It's not like a bad Raw, but it's just like... This better not be what it's like during WrestleMania season. Let's put it that way. Yeah? We're going to need more out of WrestleMania. And where's the video of Cody Drew? How have we managed to get over 2 hours into this show and we ain't even had the Cody Drew video? Where's that? Have they even mentioned it? That Drew's been attacked at home? Did they mention it? Are there even any comedy characters anymore, says Philip. Well, I really think there's a real need for one. I know that we use R-Truth in that way, but we haven't used him in that way tonight, have we? I think there's a real need for, you know, a little bit of comedy in there. Something that's just like, oh, here he is. Love this guy. The kind of person that you just see them and it puts a smile on your face. Oh, here we go. I need that. A little bit of that. Logan against Rey is... I don't know if this is our main event. I have absolutely no idea. Okay, we got Rey and Logan. These two obviously have faced before. Randy has given a tribute to John Cena. I don't really want to read it. I'll read it during Unseen. But it's a long little message. It ends, take care, John, and I'll see you around. Right now, we've got Rey over in the corner. I mean, what's the thumbnail for this show going to be? I suppose it's going to have to be Gunther, innit? And that was right at the start. Shot coming in there by Rey. Unless we get something big at the end. We might get something big. Rey goes outside the ring. Logan's Hall of Fame worthy. That guy has no brain cells, says James. The mystery person is 100% Jake Paul, said JCP. Lovecat said the Cody home invasion is on the WWE YouTube channel, but I haven't watched it yet. I might do it later. Oh, he's going for a 619, but Logan gets up. Big boot. Rey goes down. David said, what if the masked man is Ziggler? Probably not, but a man can dream. Shot coming in there by Logan. We've got about 25 minutes left in this show. Right now, Logan throws in a jab. And again. Daze, are you jealous that I'm doing a podcast with Dave in real life? Are you? That'd be great. That'd be great. I am jealous. The person I do a podcast with won't shut up about musicals. Rey in the corner. Goes down. Logan going over. It says a Cody Drew segment will be on SmackDown. I'm still amazed they haven't spoken about it here. Bang. Right now, we've got Rey in the corner. Shots coming in there by Logan, throwing in some blows. Has it happened in the WWE timeline? Yeah. I mean, they've tweeted it out. Right now, we got Rey going over into the corner. We got Logan coming in. Big boot there by Rey. Logan in the middle. Rey going up, over, and Logan goes down. Logan in the corner as Rey throws in a kick. Shoulder into the midsection. Logan hit Rey with a belt. How is that not a DQ, said YT Melonheads. Ref discretion, I suppose. I think the ref was there for it. He just had a stern word. Don't you go doing that. Don't you go doing that. We don't do that round these parts, young man. If I have to tell you again. Right now, we've got Rey on the shoulders of Logan. Logan plants him down. Logan over, looking for a springboard moonsault. Knees up by Rey Mysterio. Logan on the outsides. Rey stepping through the ropes. Seated senton to the outside there by Rey as Logan goes down. Fist bumps. Okay. We go to commercial break. Daze, has got me because the guy does not stop talking about The Notebook, the musical, and has all that merch from Notebook, the musical. It's weird, isn't it, buds? Wrestling Void, it's very strange. Wow, Rey just got hurled into the barricade, and I'm sure I just heard someone yell the S word. Logan takes the phone from someone in the front row, takes a selfie as we're in commercial break. Rey smashed into the edge of the ring. And again. Who are those two people? They've just cut to them. Are they Logan friends, or I don't know? Over in the corner goes Rey. Hasib said, a little bit off topic, does the Tanahashi retirement have any interest? Yeah, it's got an interest. Look at Heyman on the outside. Look at Heyman. Heyman had the fists up there as Logan was throwing in some shots. Yeah, the Tanahashi's got an interest, but I don't know if we'll be watching Wrestle Kingdom. I wouldn't be against watching it, though. I've always enjoyed it, but New Japan's just not where it was. I used to love watching Okada and Naito, Takahashi and Tanahashi, and but I don't even know what the card looks like now. No, I couldn't even tell you what the main event is. There is no Naito, there is no Okada, there is no Ospreay, there is no Omega. I mean, I'm guessing it's like Zack Sabre Jr., Gabe Kidd. I know that, well, actually, I think, correction, I think Okada is actually on because I think he is Tanahashi's final opponent, isn't he? Yeah, I might give it a glance. That is coming up soon, isn't it? It's always early January. It's probably the only one that I watch from them, said Dr. Luchalala. It's their WrestleMania, isn't it? Wrestle Kingdom. Someone told me that it's only one night this year. Normally it's 2 nights, but it's only one night, so that'll be easier to watch, to be honest. It's not like split up anymore. Yeah, I got an interest. Went for the splash, charging over. Logan to the outside. Drop kick. How long we got? We got 19 minutes. Big Time said, I kid you not, AJ Styles, Dragon Lee, 3 weeks. They've done a backstage segment to set up an impromptu match claiming they're fighting champs. First it was New Day, Viking Raiders, now Usos. There's just no story at all. I don't care about it either. Okay. Heyman's like, give me one of those. And so Logan does. Logan over in the corner. Logan sucks is the chant. Forearm shots coming in there by Rey as top rope enziguri by Rey Mysterio. He's climbing up. Headbutt there by Rey. Shot coming in by Rey, and again. Throwing in shots as the crowd are counting away. Bang. Logan goes over. Rey looking for the cover. 1, 2. No joy. It's becoming a crutch, and it shows the lack of creativity and effort just to fill TV time. Well, I think this has been a show with some good stuff. I think it's been a show with some blah. I think the question always remains, what was worth tuning in for? What if you'd gone out tonight for a meal, gone on a date, caught up with some friends, and you needed to know what you'd missed? I don't think that list is very long. That's hard, though, because how do you do unmissable shows twice a week for Raw and SmackDown, you know? But that's the challenge. That's the challenge. You know, you've got 104 shows, Raws and SmackDowns in a 12-month period. You need to find stuff for 104 shows. And I think as fans, we can forgive episodes not having anything. It's just when it's like the vast majority don't really have anything. And stories progress at like a snail's pace. But there has been some good stuff on here. I mean, you know, we've got to praise the backstage locker room stuff. That was good. I enjoyed that from the Vision. CM Punk promo, Gunther Open, Mad Heat. Shots coming in. Rey takes Logan over. Daze, why encourage people having dates on a Monday? Shouldn't we dedicate every waking moment to WWE, says Dean. Yeah, but Dean, to be honest, we're wrestling fans, so none of us are going on dates. So I can say about how, you know, people might go out on dates, but no one is. We're all wrestling fans. We're all basically virgins. I think we just need to own it, to be honest. Do you know, I mean, we might as well just own it. We're all a bunch of nerdy virgins, and I'm okay with it. I'm king. I'm king. It's nice to think about dates, though, isn't it? Gotta have a dream. Right now, Logan looking for a superplex. Jay said, this match is boring. Wow. There might be an argument that this Raw has had the worst in-ring. I mean, good 81, good 87. I don't know what this is going to get, but it doesn't feel like it's getting a great score at the moment. Do you know, it'll be quite interesting to see what Cage Match says about this. The only problem is, because it's a Raw, Cage Match won't get much response. So the sample size is going to be really, really low. But I'd love to know if we're just a bunch of moody boomers, or if actually the rest of the wrestling world feels like the in-ring is underwhelmed this week. Ray shouts out, certainly the live crowd feel like they are not blown away by this, because they've been quite quiet throughout the show, haven't they? It is true. I think they got all upset and animated when Gunther came out, and that was it. That was all they had to give. We got everything out of them we could within the first 5 minutes of the show. Here's Bronson. There's CM Punk with a chair. Look at him. Did you see how stealthy he was then? Rey going for a cover. Coming over. There's a chop that comes in. Rey going up. The pace of this has just quickened momentarily. Logan catching Rey. Rey gets planted face first. Down he goes. I think the Brass Knucks might be making an appearance. There they are. There they are. The Brass Knucks. The knuckles are glistening. We got some glistening knuckles. We got a basement drop kick there by Rey. Going over against the rope. 619 connects. The Knucks on the edge of the ring. Oh, use them, Rey. Use them. Use them. Use them. That could be interesting. Oh, the masked man with a curb. The masked man hits a curb on Rey. There's the masked person again, the masked man. And they're staying at ringside as well, you know. They've not run away. We might get the reveal. We might get the reveal. Logan gets the win. And the masked man is staying? Oh, my God. Are we going to get the reveal? He's getting in the ring, you know. Here we go. The masked man looks like he's going to get in the ring. I can tell you the masked man is white. But the masked man right now is staring at Logan. The masked man has not run away. Oh. Oh, Punk! You ruined it! Oh, look, he's got scared. It's like when you have a gerbil or a hamster. Oh, no, here we go. Gonna reveal. Here we go. The masked man is Austin Theory. Austin Theory with a shaved head. Theory is the masked man. Theory in the crowds. Well, there we go. Look, CM Punk having words. He got distracted. Now, the big question is, that's not that big of a surprise. The big question is there another masked man? Is there a second masked man? Because obviously a lot of people were saying the person last week certainly looked a lot thinner than Theory. This is business. Oh. If you talk about my family like that again, you'll never stand on 2 feet again. Earlier on, Punk had called Scott Steiner and Rick Steiner Dumb and Dumber. Austin Theory in the crowd. I don't get the vibe that there's like another masked mystery person, but they absolutely could carry that on and bring another one out next week, you know? So there's going to be big conversations around, is there one or is there two? But one of them at least has been revealed to be Theory. One of them has been revealed to be Theory. Guys, and the show ends early because this is the new era. And that's it. I wonder if this is the start of a new era. Daze, I think there's only one masked man, says Robert. I'm sort of with you, to be honest. I'm in agreement. If WWE wanna like have a second masked person, though, they could, because last week people were saying that it looked like that person was thin, and there was lots of speculation around, is it someone else? Is there two? I said, though, I wouldn't put it past WWE having used someone backstage. Like, Austin Theory isn't here this week. Let's just put it on John. John, in catering, the chef. Can you just pop this on? You're about the same height as Theory. That'll do. So there's every chance that that's what kind of happens. But equally, if they want to, they can always have a second. There was speculation around, was it Montez Ford? But we heard that it was not Montez Ford. That's what we heard. That's what I heard. From Brian Alvarez. Wasn't it Alvarez who said there was two? So it's definitely only one, said Jason. No, I think Alvarez said that he was told it was not Montez last week, or whenever we saw that other masked person. It was not. It was not Alvarez. It was not Montez. Sorry. For those that aren't watching for whatever reason, maybe you can't. There he is, look, with his shaved heads. Austin Theory, the relaunch, the reboot. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with... well, I like Austin Theory getting a push here. I just hope he can match up to the moment, you know? I hope he can match up to the moment. WWE has been so mid, I've just got used to these being mid-shows, said Hasib. I'm going to say the reveal saved it. Well, not saved it. I mean, it wasn't terrible, but I'm going to say that, listen, it's one of those. Did you need to watch this episode? Well, yeah. I mean, they've just revealed the Masked Man. So, I mean, we've got to give credit to that. They could easily have had him run in the crowds, and that would be it. But they revealed it, and we had Gunther at the start. I need to get... Oh, man, I've got so much I need to do. I need to get ready for our breakdown, don't I? Let's get the score, though, for that main event. I think that my score is going to greatly benefit by the fact that they have not strung out that reveal and that they've just done it. You know, I thought there was a real chance it could go all the way to January 5th. I thought there was a real chance of that. Daze, I'm just happy they didn't milk it, yeah. Them adding that angle got me to like a 6.75. I was at a 6, and it was being carried by Gunther. There was some talking points. Yeah, I hear that. I hear that. Austin Theory shaved his head. Rumors were true. He wasn't at War Games. He wasn't at the War Games Team of the Vision. It does make sense now, says Jordan. Yes. If this run doesn't give Theory some sort of relevance, even with the touch of Heyman added, then he's a lost cause for sure. Yeah, it's hard to see him getting a better opportunity than this. I mean, really, and I'm sure people have had this conversation with him. Everything you have done in your career, everything that you have learned, all the experiences that you have gained, everything, every match you have ever watched, every promo you have ever heard, every lesson that you have learned, everything has set you up for this run. This is the dance. Welcome to the dance. It is time to flip in Foxtrot, right? It is time to show the world what you can do. It is sink or swim. It is now or never. This is your time. So, completely. And I would imagine Triple H or someone has had that word with him when they were selling the dream, you know, of this is what we want to do with you. It's a big... I mean, look, if you think that Grayson is just a third wheel in New Day, you know, it's a big gift that they've given to Theory. I mean, Grayson and Theory were just hanging out together doing A-Town Down Under. I don't think either outshone the other. One of them's ended up being a spare wheel in the New Day. The other one is being a mystery man getting added to the Vision, right? Which is being led by Heyman and is like, you know, this big deal. So, yeah, I sort of feel that this is a hell of a gift for Austin Theory. I think you're absolutely right. Now or never, sink or swim. Gotta make this work. Let's not get it wrong, though. He is there to take losses. I mean, a lot of people, I think, are going to see him in matches and see him taking a lot of L's and think that he's messing this up. That's what he's there for. He's there so that Braun and Bronson don't take the losses. He is the one that takes the losses. And that is his role. But what he's got to do is, like, not look out of place. Actually, you know, look good in matches. If it's time to cut a promo, like, deliver in those promos. Like, really what you want is you want to see someone that is showing that they've worked this out. They know who they are. They're comfortable. They can shine, you know. That's what we're looking for. Him winning or losing is out of his hands, actually. I mean, that's, you know, decided by Triple H. But the quality of the match, the quality of the work, the character work backstage, you know, all of that stuff, the facial expressions, the selling, everything that comes with it, that is all going to be down to him. So, you know, they really want this to work for him. They clearly believe in him. And it's now or never. It's sink or swim. Yeah. Right, get your thoughts in. We need to run away in a second because we are going to be doing the breakdown. We are going to be doing the breakdown. Do we think Logan with Heyman is a sink or swim moment? Not so much, no. I mean, the thing with Logan is that because of his following, you know, he doesn't need this really. Like, he is someone that's got such a big social media following that they will always just find things for him to do. He's kind of, unfortunately, a bit of a bad smell that just ain't going to go away, because even if this doesn't work, there'll just be another opportunity that comes along, another opportunity that comes along. It's in WWE's benefit for Logan to work because they've got Logan, they've got his platforms, they've got his social media. I mean, Logan has basically built up his social media following, making the content is made over the years, and now all of a sudden it's basically switching over to just promoting WWE. So, you know, for WWE, that's amazing. And, you know, this is why he'll just get opportunity after opportunity. This is why he can just walk in and get, like, a WrestleMania match. He can just get a SummerSlam match when he's had next to no experience. And that's the kind of thing that bugs me, you know? You know, him as a person, you can debate whether he's a good or a bad person, right? I mean, my feeling on it genuinely is I think that he made mistakes, as a lot of us have in our lives. The mistakes he made are pretty big, right, compared to the kind of mistakes we might have made in our lives. And so, you know, that has to be taken into account. I think that he has matured, and I think that he was, you know, a young man when he went to that suicide forest and all of that. I don't think he would do that now. I think that he's a parent now. I think that changes your perspective. I think he has gotten older. I think he's matured. But it doesn't change the fact that mistakes were made. And I don't know, has he been punished for those mistakes? Has he suffered for making those mistakes? No. I mean, he still just gets loads of opportunity, loads of money, gets to walk into WrestleMania, gets to walk into SummerSlam. It's just so easy for him. Does he have to put the work in? Of course he does. And that's what you hear a lot of people say, is that, well, you know, respect, he puts the work in. I'm so tired of that, though. I'm so tired of that. I'm so tired of hearing respect to Maxine, she puts the work in, respect to Logan. What do you think they're all doing? What do you think Roman Reigns does? Do you think they just wake up with those bodies? You know? I mean, did you see Chad Gable, like, doing the work the other day? Like, a lot of this goes on behind the scenes. People don't brag about it. It has to be done. That kind of work, that kind of commitment, it's like part of the job. It's a little bit like saying, well, you know, fair play to firemen, you know, they're out there putting fires out. It's like, well, yeah, that's kind of what I would expect them to do, to be honest. That's the job. And like here, go in the gym and, you know, put in the work in and training in ring, and like that's part of the job. That's, you know, and it's, you know, you could say more important that you do it now more than ever, because back in the day they used to do house shows, so they could, like, you know, work stuff out at house shows. They don't have that now. So now, like, they've got more time, free time. I'd say it's now more important than ever for everyone's development that they are training and, you know, really improving and learning away from Raw, away from SmackDown, because you don't have the house shows to kind of try things on anymore. So, you know, Logan getting credit for that, fine, but to me, all the wrestlers are doing that. So I have no proof, and no one has any proof, that Logan is putting in more work than others. Same with Maxine, same with blah, 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 right? I don't know what people are doing in their spare time. I don't know who's using the performance center. I've got no idea whatsoever. So for me, I just sort of look at it and I'm like, you know, it all comes so easy for him. And unfortunately, the same is true that if this doesn't work out, the vision, it could be, you know, big problems for Austin Theory, but it wouldn't be a big problem for Logan. It's in WWE's interest to make that work. And so if this doesn't work, we'll just find something else, you know? And so he'll be fine. And really, the thing with Logan is around until he wants to be. Until Logan decides this isn't what he wants to do, and he's bored, and he's going to do something else, he will be absolutely fine. So that's the big difference between Logan in the vision and Theory right now. The thing with Theory is that if this doesn't work for you, you don't have that social media following that's so important to WWE, that you don't have that protection, unfortunately. Okay, that main event was good. It came out as good 93. So appreciate that. That means we've got all the scores for all the matches, and that was this week's Raw. Now, don't forget, we are back again tomorrow. We're back tomorrow for NXT. That should be a good show. I'm really looking forward to that. We'll be back in about 5 minutes' time. We'll be doing the post-show breakdown. I need to quickly go away and get ready for that. Appreciate people joining us. I hope you got something from this episode. It was fine. You know, I think it had some stuff. I'm really pleased we got the reveal at the end. And yeah, there we go. I'll get your opinions as well, and we'll do an opinions video. So that coming up on the second channel tonight also. So thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate it as always. See you again next time. Bye for now.